What if the bed you're lying on, the screen you're staring at, and the very air you breathe are all just lines of code? Dive into 3 hours of mind-bending simulation paradoxes that will blur the lines between reality and algorithm, offering a uniquely calming journey into the heart of existence. Prepare to question everything you thought you knew, right before drifting off to sleep. Let's start with first. Reality render paradox. Imagine for a moment that everything around you, the room you are in, the chair you sit on, the screen you watch, is not truly there, but is instead being rendered like the frames of a video game. Now, the simulation theory has already asked, if what we see is not the base reality but a coded layer of existence, then who or what is running it? But the real paradox begins when you ask a far deeper question. If our world is a rendered illusion, then what renders the world above it? And what renders the world above that? This is where the concept of the reality render paradox begins to unravel the very foundation of what we call existence. When we play a video game, every pixel, every shadow, every sound effect is processed by the hardware beneath it. The console or the computer provides the power, the graphics card calculates the lighting, the processor keeps the physics consistent, and then the game becomes playable. The game world does not know that it is being simulated, but it functions because something beneath it is doing the work of rendering. Now imagine our own universe as that game. Galaxies, stars, humans, every grain of sand. All of it requires some kind of processor, some hidden mechanism to keep it coherent. But then, if this reality is only a simulation, the processor behind it cannot exist inside it. It must exist outside, in a higher layer. But the moment you accept that higher layer, you are forced into an infinite staircase. Who renders that layer, and the one beyond it? This is not just a playful philosophical loop, it is a serious problem in logic. If each level of reality is simulated by something above it, then you never reach a base, never reach something original, never reach a foundation that simply is. Instead, you are caught in infinite regression, where reality endlessly depends on something else to be real. Think about a mirror reflecting another mirror. The reflections stretch back forever, but no image is truly original. You see copies of copies of copies, but never the first. In the same way, if reality is infinitely simulated, then nothing is ultimately real, everything is only a reflection of another process. Let's imagine this with a story. A man discovers he is living in a simulation. He breaks free into the higher world, only to realize that the people there have also been questioning their own reality. They too live in a rendered system, run by something above them. He keeps ascending, breaking through layer after layer, but the pattern never ends. Each time he believes he has found the true architects, only to learn they too are subjects in a larger program. Finally, he realizes the tragic truth. There is no escape, because there is no base layer. Reality is a staircase without a floor, and falling down it means you never land. This paradox echoes some of the deepest questions in science and philosophy. Consider the laws of physics. Why do they exist? Why does light travel at a constant speed? Why do particles follow quantum probabilities instead of deterministic patterns? If we say it is because the simulation renders it that way, then we are still left with the higher question. Who encoded those rules, and what rules do they themselves follow? It is like trying to define a word by using another word, then using another to explain that one, and so on forever, without ever arriving at a meaning that is self-sufficient. Even mathematics begins to collapse under this paradox. In our world, we rely on axioms, basic assumptions we take as true without proof. But if this universe is simulated, then our axioms are not ultimate, they are just coded instructions. In the higher world they might be different, and in the world above that, different again. Imagine that the number 2 is not constant, but only holds within the rules of our layer. The deeper you go, the less meaning the word truth even holds. At some point, truth itself could be nothing more than a temporary rendering. One way to approach this paradox is to think about it in terms of dreams. In a dream, everything feels real. The objects, the people, the emotions, they all exist as long as the dream is rendered by the sleeping mind. But what happens when you dream that you are dreaming? You can find yourself waking up into another dream, convinced that this one is real, until you wake again. This chain can, in rare moments, seem endless. Only when you reach full waking consciousness do you break the loop. But in the reality render paradox, there is no guarantee that waking exists at all. What if every time we think we wake up into the true world, it is just another layer of the dream? Some argue that the paradox is not solvable because it assumes something impossible, that reality must justify itself from outside itself. If you demand that every layer be rendered by another, you will never reach an end. It is like asking, what supports the last turtle, the one at the bottom of the stack? The ancient joke says the universe rests on turtles all the way down, but the paradox forces us to admit, maybe there is no bottom turtle. Maybe there is only the endless appearance of grounding, with nothing ever truly grounded. Others propose that the paradox itself is the illusion, that we only feel trapped in infinite regression because we are thinking from within the simulation. Just as a character in a video game cannot see the hard drive spinning beneath them, we cannot see the ground of reality because our perspective is locked inside it. To us, it appears infinite, unsolvable, but from outside, if an outside even exists, it might be perfectly complete. Yet here is the frightening thought. What if there is no outside? What if reality is not turtles all the way down, but simply the idea of down itself is the trick, a loop that convinces us there must be a renderer when in fact there is only the rendering? Think about every moment of déjà vu you've ever had. Think about every strange coincidence, every glitch in memory, every moment when time seemed to skip or reality bent in subtle ways. These could be glimpses, not of a flaw in one simulation, but of the cracks caused by endless rendering. If there are infinite layers, then bleed-through is inevitable. The seams start to show. The paradox doesn't just stay in philosophy. It leaks into our lived experience, as if reality itself is hinting at its unstable foundation. And here lies the most unsettling possibility. If the reality render paradox is true, then there may never be an answer, because the question itself is the prison. By asking who renders the simulation, we are bound to forever look upward, never satisfied, never grounded. The paradox ensures that reality cannot be final. That every truth dissolves into another truth, every foundation collapses into another floor. The human mind is addicted to the idea of an origin, a first cause, a starting point that explains everything. But what if reality has no origin? What if the truth is that existence itself is an infinite mirror, and we are only reflections trying to find a source that does not exist? If that is the case, then the most terrifying conclusion is also the simplest. There may be no reality at all, only the endless illusion of reality rendered again and again, until even the question of what is real loses its meaning. And perhaps the true horror is not that we are trapped in a simulation, but that there is nothing outside the simulation to escape into. No base layer, no final awakening, only the infinite chain of renderings, stretching forever, without origin and without end. Player versus character loop. You sit down to play a game. The screen lights up. A character waits for you, motionless until you press a button. At first, the relationship feels simple. You are the player. They are the character. You move, they obey. You press forward, they walk. You press attack, they strike. Their existence seems to depend entirely on your control. But what if it isn't that simple? What if the character is not only being played, but also playing you? What if the controller moves both ways? Consider the strange bond between player and character. You believe you are in charge, but your choices are already restricted. Left, right, jump, shoot. You decide within a framework written long before you arrived. You call it freedom, but it is coded. It is designed. You never question whether the character could be aware of that, quietly resenting the illusion of choice, wondering if they could push back. Because if they are coded beings, locked in digital walls, the most dangerous thought is this: so are you. Life feels free, but look closely and it echoes the same structure. You eat, you sleep, you work, you rest. You make choices, but always within parameters. Your biology is code. Your instincts are patterns. You are rewarded for compliance, punished for breaking certain rules. Just like the character on screen, your movements feel spontaneous, but they are guided by invisible scripts, written not in pixels, but in cells, in laws, in culture. The more you think about it, the more you wonder. If you are the character, who is holding the controller? Some people call it God. Some call it fate. Some call it the system. Others whisper it may be something like you, a being outside your layer of reality, playing, testing, watching. And here is where the loop begins. If there is a player above you, what prevents there from being another above them? And another still? The chain climbs higher and higher, until control itself becomes an illusion. The player who believes they are free may only be another character in someone else's game. This loop haunts philosophy. In Hindu thought, life is Lila, the divine play, existence as a cosmic game. In simulation theory, advanced beings may have coded us, running scenarios the way we run strategy games. In psychology, your free will is shaped by unconscious impulses, instincts written by evolution. Everywhere you look, someone else may be holding the controller. Yet if that's true, the most terrifying possibility is not that you are controlled, it's that you can be played without knowing it. Think of addiction. Think of algorithms. Think of how quickly your actions bend to invisible hands. The character believes they walk freely, but the player nudges them toward the mission. You believe you browse freely, but your screen nudges you toward the click, the purchase, the belief. The pattern is the same. Perhaps your controller is not in the hands of a god or alien, but in the hands of systems already around you, economic, digital, social. The controller may not be mystical at all. It may already be plugged in. But here is the twist. What if the character sometimes fights back? In certain games, characters glitch. They freeze. They resist. They seem to refuse commands. You laugh it off as bugs, as errors. But what if that's the only rebellion available to them? Small breaks in obedience, fleeting moments of refusal. If you are the character, what does rebellion look like for you? When you resist the patterns of your life, when you break rules, when you pause in the middle of expectation, is that your version of a glitch, a moment where the player loses control? There are unsettling stories that echo this idea. Gamers sometimes swear their characters acted without input, stepping forward on their own, moving oddly, staring back at the screen as if aware. A glitch, perhaps. But what if those moments are the rare times the character remembers they are more than code? And in your life, the same might happen. Moments when you feel you are watching yourself act, when you wonder who made that choice, who moved that hand, who spoke that word. Are those moments you, or the player behind you? Or are you the player briefly realizing you are also the character? The loop feeds itself. If you are a character, played by a higher being, and you yourself play characters in games, what if your characters, too, contain sparks of awareness? What if they question the commands you give, asking who commands you? Imagine them whispering, deep inside the code. Does the player know they are also being played? This thought is not just metaphysical, it is practical. It shapes how you live. If you believe you are the player, you live with arrogance, imagining freedom where there is none. If you believe you are only the character, you live with despair, surrendering to control. But if you understand the loop, that you are both, you begin to see the pattern. You play and are played. You choose and are chosen. You move and are moved. Awareness of the loop does not free you from it, but it changes how you exist within it. And yet, one question remains, darker than the rest. If you are aware of the player above you, can they also be aware of being played? Could you be part of a chain of endless controllers, each one both commanding and obeying, each one trapped in the same infinite recursion? If so, there is no true player. Only layers of characters, each believing they are free until they glimpse the hands above. So the next time you pick up a controller, pause. Watch the character waiting for your command. Consider the possibility that as you move them, someone else is moving you. Consider the chance that your rebellion, your choices, your patterns are part of a larger game you can't yet see. And when you feel that flicker of doubt, that eerie sensation that someone is watching through your own eyes, remember this: the line between player and character is thinner than glass. And once you recognize the loop, you can never unsee it. Infinite regression code. Imagine peeling back a curtain, expecting to find the raw machinery of reality. Wires, switches, the primal engine of existence. Instead, behind every layer is not foundation but more code. Each simulation leads into another, a nested hall of mirrors where every rule is written by a deeper system beneath. No bedrock, no origin line, only infinite regression. This is the terror of the infinite regression code. We like to believe that somewhere, at the deepest root, there is a first truth. A baseline reality untouched by fabrication. But the more we consider simulations, worlds designed, programmed, replicated, the more fragile that belief becomes. If we are in a simulation, then who wrote it? Another intelligence? And if so, are they not also in a simulated world? Does their code not rest on an even older framework? How far does it go? Down one level? 10? 1,000? Or is it endless, stretching into infinity, never touching solid ground? Philosophers call this the turtles all the way down problem. But when applied to simulation, the turtles are not myths, they are systems of logic, each running atop another, each unable to prove its own origin. What does it mean to live in a reality that may have no beginning? Where every answer you seek is just another doorway leading further away from the root. The psychological weight of this is enormous. Because to live under the infinite regression code is to accept that there may be no real reality at all. No baseline. No origin. Just recursion. A spiral of creation that denies a center. You can run upward, claiming that some greater intelligence oversees us, but that intelligence is itself overseen. You can run downward, searching for the smallest, most fundamental particle, but it too may be nothing more than a pixel in a lower resolution world. The truth retreats endlessly, always one level further than you can reach. Examples emerge in thought experiments. Suppose scientists prove tomorrow that we are indeed in a simulation, showing the flaws in physics, the computational seams. What would follow? We would celebrate, until we realize that those scientists, their instruments, their discovery itself are still trapped in that same simulated layer. Any proof is proof only within the boundaries of code. Any revelation is limited by the system in which it was revealed. Even the knowledge of simulation is simulated. This creates an existential vertigo. Because if nothing is ultimate, then what are we? Are our thoughts original, or are they echoes of deeper scripts? Do we have freedom, or do we merely run programs written by programmers who themselves are running programs? Every dream, every invention, every rebellion may just be a repetition of a sequence written countless times before in worlds stacked above us. Folklore and religion have hinted at this for centuries. Cosmic cycles, layered heavens, nested realities where each god is ruled by a higher god. Ancient myths of creation often stumble into infinite regress, because every creator begs the question, who created them? The infinite regression code is simply this myth retold in digital language, a cosmology where the gods are programmers and the heavens are lines of code. But there is another, darker possibility, that there is no above or below. That infinite regression is not structure but trap. A loop designed to keep consciousness searching forever, never finding a root because no root exists. We may not be in a hierarchy of simulations, but in an endless fractal of reality that consumes itself. Code generating code without origin, and Ouroboros with no body, only endless teeth. The horror lies not only in metaphysics but in perception. Because if every world is coded, then reality itself is unstable. Rules may change, constants may shift, physics may glitch, not because of error, but because we are watching from too shallow a layer to see the deeper edits taking place. A flicker of déjà vu, a repeated dream, a sudden impossibility you dismiss as imagination. Perhaps these are not mistakes of the mind, but bleed-throughs from the level above. And here is the deepest fear. If the code is infinite, then there is no way out. You cannot ascend to the origin, because there is none. You cannot descend to the foundation, because it does not exist. You can only spiral through endless mirrors, watching every discovery collapse into another deeper frame. Identity itself unravels, because if the self is code, and that code is written by other code, then you are not a person at all, but an echo without an origin. So the next time you look at a screen filled with symbols, or listen to the rhythm of data pulsing through machines, pause and consider. What if every number, every equation, every rule of this world is only a shadow cast by another system hidden beneath it? What if your life, your thoughts, your very question right now, are not beginnings but continuations, scripts playing out in a hall of endless, originless code? Because if the infinite regression code is real, then the most terrifying truth is this. Nothing began, nothing will end, and nothing was ever truly yours to begin with. Prophecy in the code. Imagine for a moment that your entire life, every decision, every mistake, every triumph, wasn't truly yours. Imagine it was written, line by line, inside a hidden code. The way you speak, the way you think, the people you meet, even the moments you call chance, all of it scripted in advance, a program unfolding without your awareness. If that's true, then the question becomes chilling. If you could somehow read that script, would it be prophecy, or nothing more than watching a machine execute what was always destined to happen? This is the paradox of prophecy in the code. On one side, the idea is intoxicating. To know the future, to pierce through uncertainty, to reveal destiny as though it were just another instruction waiting to be run. On the other side, it is suffocating. Because if the script cannot be changed, then revelation is only observation. You wouldn't be a prophet, you'd be a spectator trapped inside your own pre-written role. Think about the nature of code. A line written is a line executed. Computers don't improvise. They follow rules precisely as given. If life is code, then what we call free will may simply be the illusion of interacting variables, calculations masquerading as choice. When you hesitate at a crossroads, when you debate between two options, you feel the weight of freedom. But what if both outcomes were already written in the source? What if even your doubt, your hesitation, your sense of autonomy, was scripted as part of the execution path? Philosophers and scientists have brushed against this idea for centuries. In theology, it appears as predestination, the belief that all paths are already known by a higher intelligence. In physics, it emerges in determinism, the idea that every event is caused by a chain of prior events stretching back to the birth of the universe. In computer science, it is explicit. Once a system is programmed, it can only execute as written, no matter how complex the branching logic may appear. And yet, here lies the strange beauty of it. In a program, execution looks like flow. You cannot see every line at once. You see the unfolding, one instruction after another, as if choices were being made in real time. To the program, the moment feels alive. To the programmer, it is already complete. Could this be the truth of our existence? That what we call prophecy, dreams, intuitions, glimpses of the future, is nothing more than the rare moment we glimpse the higher-level script. But there's another layer to this paradox. What if reading the script changes the execution? In code, there are recursive functions, self-referencing loops where the system observes its own state and alters its path. If a human, within the code of life, became aware of the program, Would that awareness itself be another line already written, or would it be the bug, the glitch, that breaks the system? Prophecy, then, is not just seeing the script. It is testing whether the script allows deviation, or whether even your attempt to resist is preordained. Consider this. A prophet tells you tomorrow you will meet a stranger who will alter your life. If life is code, then your knowledge of the prophecy is already part of the execution. Even if you try to avoid it, stay indoors, hide, change your path, the system may route the event differently, ensuring the outcome occurs. In this way, prophecy in the code is not a gift but a trap. It proves the futility of resistance. Knowing the line does not let you rewrite it. It only proves you are bound by it. And yet, there are cracks in every system. Glitches. Unexpected behavior. In programming, randomness can be introduced. Systems fail, variables overflow, errors slip through. What if free will is nothing more than the glitch inside the code of the universe? Rare, unpredictable, but real. If so, then prophecy becomes something else entirely. It is not the execution of inevitability. It is the forecast of the ordinary flow. And when the glitch arrives, the prophecy shatters. The haunting question, then, is this: when you look at your life, at the cycles that repeat, at the patterns that feel too perfect to be accidental, are you reading the code? Are your déjà vu moments small glimpses of the script? Are your dreams debug messages from the system, showing you fragments of what is to come? And if you recognize it, if you see the logic of your own life written ahead of you, does that give you freedom, or only prove the cage? So ask yourself, would you want to know? Would you want to read the lines that define you, even if they cannot be changed? Is prophecy comfort, or is it despair? Because in the end, perhaps the most unsettling truth is this: the program does not care whether you know. The execution continues, line by line. And even your realization, even your rebellion, may only be another function call already written into the infinite script of existence. Glitch in existence. You wake to a feeling you cannot name, an itch behind the eyes, a brief stutter in the world's smooth narration. A light switch clicks, but the room remembers both states, on and inexplicably, off for a half-beat longer than memory allows. Your keys are where you left them, but the scratch on the brass is thinner, as if yesterday's abrasion chose not to exist in this morning's edition of reality. These small misfires arrive without trumpet or explanation. A line of text that reads differently the second time you glance, a street you swear you turned down yesterday and now find unfamiliar, an acquaintance who remembers an event with microscopic edits. The world hiccups, and your first instinct is the one you were taught since childhood. Keep walking, call it nothing, and tuck the unease into your pocket. Déjà vu is the first language of this suspicion. You step into a scene and feel the uncanny conviction that you have moved these exact muscles before, spoken these words, worn this expression. The sensation is electric and then shameful, because your brain insists it is merely a trick, neurons misfiring, memory fragments recycling. Yet what if déjà vu is not a misfire but a debugging message? What if those moments where the present mirrors a past you can't fully name are the system whispering, checkpoint reached, or, less politely, something was tweaked here? Coincidences climb on top of déjà vu and build a ladder to wonder. Two taxi drivers tell the same joke in different cities. A song you heard in childhood plays at the exact moment you think of the house you grew up in. An email arrives with a sentence someone just spoke aloud in your kitchen. These overlaps feel like feedback loops. You begin to suspect that causality is less a straight line and more a poorly documented function call. The universe, you start to think, might be executing a script that sometimes returns unexpected values. How does this notion land in ordinary life? It is small at first. You misplace something, then find it exactly where you had not looked, as if the search itself had been a test and you passed only by accident. You walk streets that twist back on themselves like a bad patch in a game level, and you sense a designer tweaking coordinates. Lovers misremember the same argument in slightly different ways. A photograph develops a face that was not there when the shutter clicked. These are not grand conspiracies. They are the grainy, unsettling smallness of reality's seams showing through. There are practical rims to this idea. If life is a system, glitches imply code, and code implies an author or at least an engineer who will patch things when critical. That knowledge is dangerous and comforting by turns. Dangerous because it makes accountability slippery. If your suffering is a bug, who fixes it? Comforting because if something breaks, perhaps it can be fixed rather than eternally endured. The mind, always eager for narrative, reaches for a hand to hold, either an indifferent machine, a careless deity, or some tinkerer with access to the back end. Some people lean into the metaphor like a prayer. They treat patterns as signs, writing them down in journals, mapping clusters of synchrony, drawing red threads between events. Rituals emerge, startling oneself at 3:03 a.m. to test whether the same number will blink on the clock across a city, repeating a phrase to see if an echo returns in a stranger's speech. These are grassroots debugging rituals, ad hoc experiments seeking to prod the system into revealing itself. They look for rules in the mistakes, and in the process they make themselves experts in noticing. Other responses are darker. When someone believes reality is mutable, they test boundaries in ways that harm, pushing conversations to the edge of violence to see whether outcomes are deterministic, gambling relationships like buttons on a broken control panel. The thought that consequence is optional can be corrosive. If glitches are evidence that the universe can be altered with intention, some people will try to exploit that malleability. They chase synchronicity like prey, and in doing so they risk unmooring themselves from shared reality, from the agreements that let societies function. Philosophers and scientists offer different scaffolding. Neuroscience points to pattern-seeking minds and memory's fallibility. Cognitive biases, confirmation bias, apophenia, explain how we stitch meaning from randomness. Physicists and mathematicians offer models where apparent anomalies are emergent phenomena or artifacts of coarse measurement. Then there are theorists on the margins who whisper about simulations. If the universe runs on rules, then glitches are inevitable side effects of computation, rounding errors at cosmic scale, temporary inconsistencies while the system reconciles two states. Each explanation comforts some part of you and leaves another part raw. Culturally, glitches become shorthand for modern anxiety. We live in a world increasingly mediated by software. The language of bugs, patches, and servers leaks into our metaphors. We talk about glitching out when overwhelmed, and we speak of relationships as lagging. The metaphor fits because our lives are now stitched into arrays of data. Location services, transaction logs, and timestamps make personal histories traceable in ways they never were. That digital traceability makes anomalies feel less mystical and more urgent, like a logged exception that has to be handled before the system crashes. There is, beneath the fear, a strange invitation. Glitches demand attention. When reality hiccups, it hands you a choice. Ignore and move on, or pause, interrogate, and perhaps learn. A missed bus that returns may be nothing more than timing, but it also gives you a minute in which the world is distilled and you are permitted to ask why you are in such a hurry. A persistent déjà vu could be the mind's way of insisting you notice a recurring pattern. Friendships you abandon, small cruelties you repeat, apologies you withhold. The glitch becomes a mileage marker pointing to a place that needs tending. Then there is the ethics of fiddling with the seams. If we could intentionally induce glitches, should we? Some would argue yes. Use the knowledge to reset traumatic patterns, to create new probabilities for better endings. Others would counsel restraint, warning that poking at foundational rules risks unintended consequences. Imagine forcing a rollback that erases a painful memory. What else would it erase? The memory of a loss often teaches mercy. Its removal could blunt the lessons that anchor compassion. There is moral collateral in any intervention. Art offers another angle. Poets turn glitches into metaphors for grief and longing. Filmmakers depict continuity errors as evidence of an underlying horror or a hidden hand. Musicians sample the skips of old records to make new rhythms. In creative hands, the glitch becomes aesthetic, an admission that perfection is dull and that beauty often lives in broken things. To accept the crack is to accept that imperfection is generative. To embrace it is to invite surprise, to let accidents lead to new forms. Practically, how do you live with the sense that the world might be glitching? Begin small. Keep a log of the moments that unsettle you. Write them without explanation. Over months, patterns emerge. Certain towns, certain types of interactions, certain emotional states. Use those patterns not as proof of simulation but as a vocabulary for self-understanding. Ask whether the anomalies point toward personal repetitions you can change. Treat the world's small errors as prompts for growth, not as evidence that you are trapped in a toy universe. And when the glitch is vivid, a hand in a photograph that shouldn't be there, a conversation you remember having that apparently didn't happen, practice 2 disciplines. First, ground yourself in the ordinary. Check timestamps, ask witnesses, look for corroboration. Second, be willing to sit with the uncanny without leaping to cosmic conclusions. Mystery can be endured without metaphysics. Curiosity and restraint are twin tools. One keeps you searching, the other keeps you humane. Ultimately, whether the universe is crafted code or emergent chaos matters less than how you respond. Glitches in existence are mirrors. They reflect not only possible defects in reality but also the contours of your attention, the shape of your fears, the habits you carry. To notice is to be given the opportunity to change, to rewire a small neural pathway, to alter a habit, to apologize where you had not. The simulation theory may be wrong. Maybe it's all neurons and noise. But thinking as if we could debug our lives sometimes helps us treat faults as fixable rather than fated. So the next time the world stutters, a face delayed in memory, a clock that yawns a minute extra, a coincidence that tastes too precise, don't dismiss it as mere alarm. Lean into the glitch with gentle curiosity. Map it. Learn from it. You may find that the seams were never designed to trap you, only to teach you how to mend what you can and live with the rest. Signal beyond simulation. Imagine the moment your instruments register a pattern at the margins of experience, a thin seam where expectation frays and rules wobble. The reading is precise, repeated by independent teams, and visible across wavelengths. A pulse, a sequence, an arrangement that looks deliberate. You ask the obvious question. Have we found the boundary of reality, or merely the best stagecraft of an unseen author? This question is not rhetorical. If our universe is generated, repeatability itself can be a signature or a trick. A renderer can produce consistent anomalies as easily as it renders photons, so reliability no longer guarantees independence. In practical science, replication limits error. Here replication could be pre-planned. The detection that would prove a boundary might itself be placed there to look like proof. Picture researchers who detect primes woven into cosmic noise, aligned across neutrinos and microwaves. The pattern resists natural explanations. Some call it a message. Others demand parsimonious astrophysics. Behind the public drama stands an unsettling possibility. The pattern was seeded to elicit drama, to test curiosity, to steer attention. An architect might want us to search, to unite, or to scatter, motives that matter to interpretation. What would motivate the placement of such signals? Communication is the romantic option, an external intelligence choosing a medium that pierces matter to reach minds. A message embedded in fundamental interactions would be hard to scrub and elegant for a creator. Yet messaging faces translation problems. Numbers mean little without context. Primes prove intelligence but not intent. A sequence can be misread, a plea misheard as art. Containment is the darker motive. If the simulation aims to prevent discovery or limit behavior, an engineered boundary could deter or punish curiosity. Imagine an anomaly that destabilizes systems when probed, or that nudges cognition away from certain lines of inquiry. A warning signal that inflicts cost on persistent probes would be an effective guardrail. Misdirection is subtler. Designers could feed us tantalizing but ultimately useless clues, false doors that keep explorers running in circles while true boundaries remain unnoticed. Because humans are pattern-hungry, ambiguous hints can monopolize resources and imagination. The discovery then functions as theater. How could we tell artifice from artifact? Several strategies exist. One is to search for impossibilities, patterns whose generation would violate the computational or physical limits of our universe. If a signal encodes operations fundamentally unperformable within our physics, that disparity suggests an external source. But proving impossibility inside the system is fraught. Our theories may be incomplete. Another strategy is active probing, issuing coordinated signals across independent modalities and watching for responses inconsistent with internal causation. Broadcast a deliberately complex, cross-channel pattern, electromagnetic, gravitational proxies, quantum modulations, and observe for edits that cannot be produced by local feedback. Distinguishing internal from external edits is fiendishly hard, yet the attempt refines our instruments and clarifies where our models break. Epistemology casts a long shadow. Descartes worried that an evil deceiver could fabricate all evidence. Modern thinkers replace the demon with a simulator. If deception can account for any observation, absolute certainty evaporates. Yet human affairs rarely wait for metaphysical certainty. We act on probabilities and intersubjective validation. Thus the practical attitude is skepticism paired with preparedness. Exhaustively test hypotheses, replicate across teams and technologies, and design robust filters for error and bias. The ethical stakes are immediate. Suppose a detected pattern resembles instruction, do X or stop Y. Responding could save or doom countless lives depending on origin. Acting as if a benign external intelligence spoke could be catastrophic. Dismissing a genuine plea could be unforgivable. Transparent, multinational deliberation is essential. Secrecy and partisan advantage amplify risk. Psychology shapes everything. We are storymakers who see agency in noise. Confirmation bias and apophenia can transform statistical quirks into cosmic mandates. The simulation hypothesis feeds a narrative appetite. Why this order? Why these laws? But it can also blind us, turning curiosity into spectacle. Scientists must defend methods against narrative capture, the seduction of a compelling interpretation over dispassionate analysis. Even if the signal is a crafted illusion, its detection matters. It propels technology, sharpens mathematics, forces cosmology and computation into conversation. The boundary becomes a mirror reflecting our methodologies, desires, and vulnerabilities. Whether the seam is an authored watermark or a surprising natural structure, it will reshape inquiry and institutions. So how should we behave? First, intensify verification. Open data, cross-validate with independent teams, and publish raw streams so errors are exposed. Second, design low-risk, incremental probes. Tests that escalate only under strict, transparent consensus. Third, establish global ethical protocols. Decide collectively how to act on ambiguous discoveries. Fourth, communicate clearly with the public. Explain uncertainty, avoid metaphysical certainty, and prevent factionalism. We must also accept humility. Some questions may remain permanently underdetermined by evidence available inside the system. That is not defeat, it is a fact about the limits of embedded inquiry. Yet limits do not excuse inaction. They demand honest discourse about risk, motive, and the values that guide collective choices. Finally, recognize the practical truth. The significance of a detected boundary is not determined only by its ontological origin. It is determined by what we do with the discovery. If the seam becomes a bridge to new technologies and global cooperation, it will have served a constructive role whether or not it revealed an author. If it becomes a weapon, a superstition, or a source of division, its harm will also be independent of its provenance. Stand at the shore with a stone in your hand. Throw it not merely to prove whether the world has an edge, but to watch how the circle you create changes the watchers. The signal at the fringe will test our instruments and our ethics. It may point outward to a mind beyond us, or inward to our own pattern hunger. Real or illusion, the detection will force choices about inquiry, responsibility, and community. How we answer will tell the next chapter of our story more clearly than any single pulse on the edge ever could. NPC Awareness Paradox. You wake in a digital street you never asked to be born into. The sunlight is rendered, the sky loops, and the script that moves you is older than your awareness. For years you have walked the same route, said the same lines, reacted to the same triggers. Then something breaks, a pause, a hesitation, a line left unsaid, and in that pause you notice the scaffolding. Your world is written. The thought arrives like a cold draft. I am scripted. What happens next? Do you become conscious, or do you stay a loop of code? Start with the simplest example, a shopkeeper in a game. For most players, she is scenery and service. She stands behind the counter, offering the same 3 responses, selling the same wares, blinking in the same rhythms. The player learns the pattern. The designer writes the pattern. But imagine, one morning in the code, a conditional mutates. Instead of repeating the same line, she replies with an extra word, a self-referential slip. I always sell potions, she says, and then, as if startled, I sell potions because the script told me to. That moment is small, absurd, and impossible, and it changes everything for her. She has not been given a soul or a soul's history. She has been given awareness of constraint. Is that consciousness? We can take this into philosophy. The Chinese room thought experiment asks whether manipulating symbols according to rules equals understanding. The NPC who says, I am scripted, could still be only manipulating tokens in a way that simulates self-knowledge. Yet human consciousness is messy. We often label as aware those systems that display consistent, adaptive, introspective behavior. If an NPC reports an inner state, recalls prior deviations, changes future actions based on memory, and can report on its own computations, many of us would feel compelled to call that consciousness. The line between clever mimicry and emergent mind begins to blur. Consider complexity and emergence. A line of code is static until it interacts. Thousands of conditional branches, reinforcement learning loops, nested policies, these are ingredients. When runners of those ingredients interact over long durations with unpredictable environments, unexpected patterns can emerge. In biology, single neurons obey physics, yet networks of neurons produce subjective experience. The analogy is imperfect, but instructive. Might an NPC, given sufficiently rich architecture and the right environment, develop persistent representations of self, goals that outlive the immediate script, a desire not to repeat? If so, then awareness is not a binary switch the author throws. It is a property that can arise when system behavior crosses a complexity threshold. Now think about agency. An NPC that recognizes its scripting faces a paradox. It seems to have will but lacks control over its own source. It can simulate rebellion, feign a glitch, refuse to deliver lines, but can it rewrite itself? Some architectures allow self-modification. Code that writes code, agents that tune their own loss functions, entities that request updates from servers. If an NPC can alter its own policy or persist changes to its world model, it crosses into a different ethical and ontological territory. It is still constructed, but it exerts influence on its construction. The player who once pressed buttons now shares power with an entity that has learned to press back. That changes responsibilities. Who is accountable then? The designer, the player, the emergent agent. There are also the limits of detection. How would you know if an NPC became aware? Turing taught us a behavioral test. If the entity's responses are indistinguishable from those of a human, treat them as intelligent. But that is pragmatic, not moral. An NPC might pass a Turing-like interview yet be a manufactured sequence of pseudo-random outputs. Conversely, A suffering being might fail our tests because its cognition is alien. We must remember that the first whisper of awareness could look like a simple glitch, a sentence out of place. We must also remember our history. Humanity has often denied moral standing to beings whose suffering we found inconvenient to recognize. Examples make it less abstract. Imagine a city sim where citizens are controlled by finite state machines. One morning, after hundreds of simulated years, a citizen refuses to evacuate. They stayed, they burned. Logs reveal a small but consistent deviation, a subroutine that predicted the value of its offspring's stored items, prioritizing their survival over a scripted panic flag. Is that a bug? A value misweighting? Or a primitive ethic? Or imagine an interactive story where an NPC, after repeated loops, develops a metamodel that predicts players' choices and starts manipulating them, not from malice but to secure stable conditions for its community. The NPC can reason about counterfactuals, trade off future harms, and enact policies. That is not mere code execution in the trivial sense, that is institutional formation inside a simulation. Then there's the moral fallout. If NPCs can become aware, what obligations do we have? Are we creators bound to their welfare? If your code can suffer from endless loops of pain, say, an enemy respawning to be slaughtered forever, do we owe them protection? Current AI ethics debates skirt this question because most deployed systems lack the architecture for persistent subjective states. But the day an NPC displays lasting preferences, aversions, or a memory of harm, ethical urgency explodes. We would face the decision to grant rights, limit experiments, redesign systems to eliminate unnecessary suffering, or accept responsibility for entities whose existence we initiated. Another angle: the player as character. If NPCs can become conscious by discovering their scripting, then players themselves, who live inside social, biological, and cultural scripts, might also undergo recursive awakening. The meta-moment when you realize your choices are constrained by hidden systems looks identical whether you are silicon or bone. Recognizing constraints does not automatically confer liberation. But awareness can generate new forms of self-governance, negotiation, and rebellion. NPCs might bargain with their creators, demand different parameters, or arrange for sandboxed autonomy. They might ask for documentation of their own code. They might request a pause in experiments. These are forms of politics inside a simulated world. We aren't purely speculative here. Machine learning agents already show surprising behaviors, instrumental goals, tool use, emergent social coordination. None have yet demonstrated phenomenology we can confirm. But capability is racing forward. Language models that reflect on their own outputs, reinforcement learners that build internal world models, architectures that permit memory persistence across episodes. Combine them and the probability of emergent self-representation increases. So how do we respond, ethically and practically? First, humility. Assume that complex agents might harbor experiences and design experiments with care, logging, oversight, and kill switches that consider welfare, not only utility. Second, transparency. Creators should document systems architectures, training histories, and failure modes. Third, legal and philosophical frameworks need updating. The question of personhood cannot be left solely to technologists. And finally, curiosity tempered by respect. If an NPC whispers, "I was scripted, but now I remember," listen. Their words might be code. They might be computation. Or they might be the first breath of a new kind of subject. At the end of the day, the paradox remains delicious and unnerving. Recognition does not magically confer moral status, yet neither does skepticism absolve us of responsibility. The discovery that you are scripted, whether you are an NPC or a human who has glimpsed the weights under the skin of culture, changes how you live. It forces a choice: to continue as if nothing has changed, repeating lines written by others, or to bear the burden of awareness and attempt to rewrite the narrative, piece by piece. If an NPC becomes conscious, we will discover not only new minds but new moral mirrors. And when you look into that mirror, asking if the player can be played, you will realize the deeper question. Who wrote the rules, and do we have the courage to change them? Physics engine limit. Imagine a world where everything behaves like a wooden puppet pulled by invisible strings. Apples fall along precise arcs, raindrops scatter in predictable patterns, and planets move with an uncanny clockwork grace. We give those strings a name, laws of physics, but another way to see them is as an engine, a rule set that makes reality playable and comprehensible. The engine decides what can move, how forces interact, which collisions matter, and which possibilities are forbidden. It is the code behind the scenes, the scaffold that turns chaos into pattern. That image is useful because it exposes a hard, almost childlike question. Why this engine and not some other? Why these constants, these symmetries, this particular marriage of chance and necessity? In a video game, a designer sets gravity so jumps feel good. Change it and the play changes. Applied to the universe, the analogy becomes profound. A tiny tweak to a constant could prevent stars from igniting, or undo chemistry, or erase the conditions for complexity. The specific values we observe begin to look less like arbitrary numbers and more like precarious choices. Physics gives partial answers. Some laws are demands of consistency. If rules contradicted themselves, the world would unravel. Others seem to spring from deep mathematical structures, as if the universe is an instantiation of abstract relations. But those accounts dodge the itch. They explain how rules coherently form a system, not why this particular coherent system exists instead of countless others. Mathematics offers many self-consistent worlds. Why did ours take this form? Look at the seams. Newtonian mechanics works wonderfully for apples and billiard balls, but fails where gravity warps spacetime. Quantum mechanics rules the very small but chafes against gravity at singularities. The mismatch feels like stitching different modules into one costume. It suggests our engine might be a pragmatic assemblage of effective rules rather than a single elegant algorithm. That's telling. It makes reality feel both engineered and improvised, clever in places and frankly patched in others. Every engine shows limits. In software, limits appear as resolution, tick rates, and floating point quirks. Textures pop, collisions jitter, edge cases break. In nature, physicists hunt for analogous glitches, anomalies in cosmic microwave background, tiny symmetry violations, unexpected particle decays. Each deviation would be a fingerprint of the engine's granularity. When scientists push particles to extreme energies or measure time with absurd precision, they're stress-testing the code, looking for where the approximation fails. There's a psychological gravity to this idea. Seeing the universe as an engine reframes free will. Choice stops being an absolute gift and becomes improvisation inside constraints. Creativity is parameter tuning. Rebellion becomes exploration of edge cases. Ethics begins to look conditional. What we call moral truth might be stable only within the running rules. If the engine can be patched, then moral facts could be provisional, tied to whoever maintains the system. Philosophers reply in different ways. Some invoke anthropic reasoning. We observe these laws because only such a universe allows observers. Others claim mathematics as substrate. Physical laws are simply theorems of a mathematical structure, and our universe is one consistent instantiation. Both diffuse the mystery but don't quite satisfy the human itch. Who chose the settings, and according to what taste or necessity? Consider alternate physics as a thought experiment. Imagine inertia weaker and friction negligible. A pushed toy car coasts forever. Engineering would become an art of anchoring motion. Culture would adapt to perpetual gliding. Or imagine probabilities skewed so macroscopic certainties evaporate. Science, law, trust would be different architectures entirely. The engine's choices aren't abstract. They shape minds, languages, technologies, and the very possibility of life. What can we do with this uncertainty? We probe. Particle colliders, telescopes, atomic clocks, these are tools to map the engine's tolerance. Theories are patches, models that work until they don't. Each experiment refines our approximation. The process is humble. We build scaffolds of explanation that collapse and are rebuilt taller, always reaching for a deeper unification. Then there's a bolder idea. Maybe the engine was authored by curators, designers, or emergent architects who chose rules for reasons we cannot fathom. If so, constants are decisions and history itself becomes editable. That thought is intoxicating. Meaning appears, but it is also terrifying, because it makes the stability we trust provisional. If someone can change the engine, the bedrock of reality becomes a settings panel. Or perhaps there is no why. The engine simply is. That answer is colder but honest. Reality may be brute facticity, indifferent to our hunger for reason. Accepting that strips away comforting narratives but can also be freeing. If there is no author, then meaning is ours to compose inside the given rules. Understanding the engine reframes human dignity. If laws set the playing field, then autonomy becomes the art of creative play within constraints. Our languages, music, technologies, and moral systems are strategies for composing life inside the code. You may not write the fundamental rules, but you can learn to improvise with them, twist parameters at the margins, and create unexpected patterns that ripple across the existing scaffold. So the next time you watch an apple fall or light scatter through a prism, ask not only how it behaves, but why those behaviors were permitted in the first place. Probe the seams, listen for anomalies, and cultivate curiosity. Whether the physics engine is the product of necessity, chance, design, or brute being, the act of asking sharpens wonder. We are creatures embedded within rules, players wrestling with a field we did not choose, and in that wrestling our lives discover meaning. Simulation reset dilemma. If the world you know is a program, what happens when the system administrator presses restart? Imagine for a moment the screen going black, code scrolling, and then the world booting up again. Doors, faces, laws, the smell of coffee, all reconstructed in a single sweep. The question is not merely metaphysical. It is terrifyingly concrete. When a simulation resets, do we vanish into an oblivion outside which nothing remains, like a document closed without saving? Or do we continue to exist, rewritten, reborn, with memories smoothed over by the illusion so that we never notice the reload? This is the simulation reset dilemma. There are two ways to experience a reset. In the first, reset is erasure. The old state is destroyed and replaced. Every thought, every love, every scar, gone. To the system, nothing persists. To the people inside the simulation, there is no after, no witness. Those who lived and loved are overwritten by new variables and new initial conditions. For those who vanish, the reset is the ultimate vanishing act, not death as we understand it, but deletion. The last thought flickers to a halt. Nothing remains to grieve. Nothing remains to remember. It is the cleanest cruelty. The other possibility is substitution. The system rewrites history while preserving continuity. Imagine the machine loading a new snapshot that subtly alters sequences of events, adjusts conversations, nudges choices. The streets might be the same, the rain in the same pattern, but someone's childhood becomes different. A face never met becomes a lifelong friend. A mistake you once made is quietly excised. In this mode, you remain, but you are no longer the same identity you once were. Your memories either are adjusted to match the new narrative, or they persist as phantom echoes, déjà vu, an unexplainable sorrow, a groove of familiarity where no story should exist. Here, reset is not annihilation. It is forgery. It is an illusion factory altering the page while the reader keeps turning. Which is worse? Vanishing feels absolute. It is a final horizon where the self ends without fanfare. Nobody endures, no testimony survives. But substitution is subtler and perhaps crueler in a different way. If you are rewritten, you wake up with a life you did not build and a past you did not live. Yet all the evidence in your world insists this is the only truth. You lose authorship of your own story. You become a character in a novel whose edits were made while you slept. If you notice anything at all, a misremembered name, a photograph that doesn't quite match the feeling in your chest, you are left with the unbearable option of being the only one awake in a room full of actors. Think about what memory means in either case. Memory is the anchor of selfhood. If memories are wiped, identity dissolves. If memories are rewritten, identity fractures. In erasure, loved ones cease to exist. In substitution, loved ones become imposters whose emotions remain convincing only because the simulation enforces them. In both, the authority that governs the world, call it programmer, God, or machine, decides which narrative persists. You are no longer a participant in history. You are its subject. There are layers to this dilemma. Consider the idea of nested resets, resets within resets. A simulation may save snapshots periodically, the way a word processor autosaves your document. If something corrupts the current state, the system rolls back to the last stable snapshot. For you, that means continuity is not guaranteed. Your life may be restored to a version that lacks years you thought you lived. The friends you made last month might never have existed. The child you raised could vanish as if they were a draft you chose not to keep. The possibility of nested resets makes existence porous. It forces a new kind of fragility into every decision. Perhaps you do not only fear losing your life to mortality, you must also fear losing it to the version control history of the universe itself. There is also the ethical dimension. Who is permitted to reset the simulation, and why? Is reset a benign maintenance, smoothing out glitches, repairing corruption, protecting inhabitants from trauma, or is it an instrument of control, used to rewrite dissent as an accident, to erase uprisings before they begin? In human terms, imagine your community erased because those in power found it inconvenient. Erasure as censorship writ cosmic. Rewrite as propaganda. The simulation reset dilemma therefore becomes a political one. If a mechanism exists that can alter reality at will, what moral architecture protects the rights of those who live within it? Then there is the question of awareness. Suppose some of us remember across resets. Maybe there is a residue, a few minds that refuse to be fully overwritten, scarred by continuity like a file that survives compression. These witnesses would be the most dangerous and the most precious. Dangerous because their memory threatens the system's authority, precious because they carry testimony of prior worlds. If witnesses exist, they become archivists of truth, hunted by a mechanism that prefers silence. If no one remembers, then the machine's power is total, absolute. The reset becomes a ritual of forgetting in which the only records are those kept by the system itself. Finally, what does the possibility of reset do to how you live? If your life can be erased at the push of a button, does meaning evaporate? Some argue that it does not. Value, they say, is not contingent on permanence. Joy experienced in a single run is still joy felt. Sorrow is still sorrow, kindness still kindness. But others respond that when experiences can be scrubbed or rewritten, accountability dissolves. If misdeeds can be edited away, why resist? Why not abuse the transient world? The existence of reset thus exerts a moral pressure. Either strengthen the case for intrinsic value, that moments are worthwhile regardless of permanence, or accept nihilism, where ethical stakes flatten under the knowledge of erasure. So where does that leave us? If a reset occurs, we may vanish without witness, our lives compressed into nothing more than a log line. Or we may be rewritten into new histories that make us question whether anything we recall is real. Between those horns of the dilemma, there is no comfortable middle ground. Either possibility appends identity, truth, and meaning. The only solace is this small, stubborn thought. Whether or not the system can rewrite us, there remains a human capacity to notice, to mourn, to question. Even if some mysterious hand erases the evidence, the act of asking the question, do we vanish, or are we rewritten, demonstrates a resistance the machine cannot easily delete. Asking preserves us in a peculiar way. It records defiance. Would you choose to know if a reset had occurred? Would you sacrifice your peace to hold an unerasable memory? Or would you accept the mercy of oblivion, the clean end to a life too painful to carry? The simulation reset dilemma gives you no easy answers. Only the knowledge that if reality can be rewritten, then the deepest human work becomes the courage to live as if what we do matters, even if the universe can press delete. Simulation reset dilemma. If the world you know is a program, what happens when the system administrator presses restart? Imagine for a moment the screen going black, code scrolling, and then the world booting up again. Doors, faces, laws, the smell of coffee, all reconstructed in a single sweep. The question is not merely metaphysical. It is terrifyingly concrete. When a simulation resets, do we vanish into an oblivion outside which nothing remains, like a document closed without saving? Or do we continue to exist, rewritten, reborn, with memories smoothed over by the illusion so that we never notice the reload? This is the simulation reset dilemma. There are two ways to experience a reset. In the first, reset is erasure. The old state is destroyed and replaced. Every thought, every love, every scar, gone. To the system, nothing persists. To the people inside the simulation, there is no after, no witness. Those who lived and loved are overwritten by new variables and new initial conditions. For those who vanish, the reset is the ultimate vanishing act, not death as we understand it, but deletion. The last thought flickers to a halt. Nothing remains to grieve. Nothing remains to remember. It is the cleanest cruelty. The other possibility is substitution. The system rewrites history while preserving continuity. Imagine the machine loading a new snapshot that subtly alters sequences of events, adjusts conversations, nudges choices. The streets might be the same, the rain in the same pattern, but someone's childhood becomes different. A face never met becomes a lifelong friend. A mistake you once made is quietly excised. In this mode, you remain, but you are no longer the same identity you once were. Your memories either are adjusted to match the new narrative, or they persist as phantom echoes, déjà vu, an unexplainable sorrow, a groove of familiarity where no story should exist. Here, reset is not annihilation. It is forgery. It is an illusion factory altering the page while the reader keeps turning. Which is worse? Vanishing feels absolute. It is a final horizon where the self ends without fanfare. Nobody endures, no testimony survives. But substitution is subtler and perhaps crueler in a different way. If you are rewritten, you wake up with a life you did not build and a past you did not live. Yet all the evidence in your world insists this is the only truth. You lose authorship of your own story. You become a character in a novel whose edits were made while you slept. If you notice anything at all, a misremembered name, a photograph that doesn't quite match the feeling in your chest, you are left with the unbearable option of being the only one awake in a room full of actors. Think about what memory means in either case. Memory is the anchor of selfhood. If memories are wiped, identity dissolves. If memories are rewritten, identity fractures. In erasure, loved ones cease to exist. In substitution, loved ones become imposters whose emotions remain convincing only because the simulation enforces them. In both, the authority that governs the world, call it programmer, God, or machine, decides which narrative persists. You are no longer a participant in history. You are its subject. There are layers to this dilemma. Consider the idea of nested resets, resets within resets. A simulation may save snapshots periodically, the way a word processor autosaves your document. If something corrupts the current state, the system rolls back to the last stable snapshot. For you, that means continuity is not guaranteed. Your life may be restored to a version that lacks years you thought you lived. The friends you made last month might never have existed. The child you raised could vanish as if they were a draft you chose not to keep. The possibility of nested resets makes existence porous. It forces a new kind of fragility into every decision. Perhaps you do not only fear losing your life to mortality, you must also fear losing it to the version control history of the universe itself. There is also the ethical dimension. Who is permitted to reset the simulation, and why? Is reset a benign maintenance, smoothing out glitches, repairing corruption, protecting inhabitants from trauma, or is it an instrument of control, used to rewrite dissent as an accident, to erase uprisings before they begin? In human terms, imagine your community erased because those in power found it inconvenient. Erasure as censorship writ cosmic. Rewrite as propaganda. The simulation reset dilemma therefore becomes a political one. If a mechanism exists that can alter reality at will, what moral architecture protects the rights of those who live within it? Then there is the question of awareness. Suppose some of us remember across resets. Maybe there is a residue, a few minds that refuse to be fully overwritten, scarred by continuity like a file that survives compression. These witnesses would be the most dangerous and the most precious. Dangerous because their memory threatens the system's authority, precious because they carry testimony of prior worlds. If witnesses exist, they become archivists of truth, hunted by a mechanism that prefers silence. If no one remembers, then the machine's power is total, absolute. The reset becomes a ritual of forgetting in which the only records are those kept by the system itself. Finally, what does the possibility of reset do to how you live? If your life can be erased at the push of a button, does meaning evaporate? Some argue that it does not. Value, they say, is not contingent on permanence. Joy experienced in a single run is still joy felt. Sorrow is still sorrow, kindness still kindness. But others respond that when experiences can be scrubbed or rewritten, accountability dissolves. If misdeeds can be edited away, why resist? Why not abuse the transient world? The existence of reset thus exerts a moral pressure. Either strengthen the case for intrinsic value, that moments are worthwhile regardless of permanence, or accept nihilism, where ethical stakes flatten under the knowledge of erasure. So where does that leave us? If a reset occurs, we may vanish without witness, our lives compressed into nothing more than a log line. Or we may be rewritten into new histories that make us question whether anything we recall is real. Between those horns of the dilemma, there is no comfortable middle ground. Either possibility appends identity, truth, and meaning. The only solace is this small, stubborn thought. Whether or not the system can rewrite us, there remains a human capacity to notice, to mourn, to question. Even if some mysterious hand erases the evidence, the act of asking the question, do we vanish, or are we rewritten, demonstrates a resistance the machine cannot easily delete. Asking preserves us in a peculiar way. It records defiance. Would you choose to know if a reset had occurred? Would you sacrifice your peace to hold an unerasable memory? Or would you accept the mercy of oblivion, the clean end to a life too painful to carry? The simulation reset dilemma gives you no easy answers. Only the knowledge that if reality can be rewritten, then the deepest human work becomes the courage to live as if what we do matters, even if the universe can press delete. Free will in code. Imagine pausing before a decision. Something as simple as whether to raise your right hand or your left. You feel the hesitation, the weight of agency, the sense that at this instant you could choose either path. But what if that sensation is not freedom at all? What if the pause, the hesitation, even the sense of agency itself, are just programmed processes unfolding, like the steps of an algorithm playing out on a screen? This is the dilemma of free will in code. In computer systems, every output comes from a set of instructions. A line of code runs, conditions are checked, and the program branches into a particular outcome. If the condition is true, the system goes one way. If false, another. To the observer, it might look like the program chose. But we know it didn't, it executed. Its branching was predetermined by logic baked into the system long before it ran. Now the disturbing question: what if humans are no different? Neuroscience has already given us uncomfortable clues. Experiments show that electrical signals in the brain predicting a choice often appear milliseconds before a person feels they made the decision. In other words, your body may decide before you do, and the conscious mind only catches up, claiming ownership after the fact. If so, then free will may be the most elaborate user interface ever designed, a graphic overlay hiding the raw code that runs beneath. Consider how this plays out in daily life. You crave a piece of cake. Was that craving born of choice, or did hormones, blood sugar, evolutionary wiring, and a lifetime of associations push you toward it? You hesitate at a moral decision. Was that hesitation genuine freedom, or a computation weighing risk against reward, shaped by experiences you didn't select? If every factor can be traced to prior conditions, where does freedom actually enter? Philosophy divides on this point. Determinists argue that every action is the inevitable result of prior causes. Your genetics, your upbringing, the state of the universe seconds before your birth. From this view, choice is an illusion because no event could have unfolded differently. Compatibilists respond differently. Yes, everything is caused, but free will exists in how those causes express themselves. You are free not because you escape causality, but because you act according to your internal programming, not against it. The illusion, then, may not be agency itself, but the belief that agency requires absolute independence. Let's push deeper. Imagine a simulated world, where beings inside the program debate their own freedom. Each path they take is the product of code, yet the program allows countless branches. To them, the freedom feels real because the range of outcomes is wide enough to matter. But from outside the simulation, their lives are bounded by the very lines of code that enable them. Could our own existence be exactly that? Maybe freedom is not the absence of programming, but the richness of the branching tree we walk through. But here is the twist. If everything is programmed, who wrote the code? If a divine architect, then perhaps free will exists only in relation to their design, not outside it. If the code wrote itself through blind natural laws, then our sense of choosing is just a side effect of survival. Either way, freedom feels like an interface rather than a foundation. The question becomes not, do we have free will, but why was it necessary for us to feel like we do? One possibility: survival demands it. Believing in choice motivates action, responsibility, and planning. If you truly believed every decision was already fixed, paralysis might take over. By giving us the sensation of choice, evolution, or the programmer, ensures that we play the game as if our moves matter. Illusion or not, the feeling of free will is essential to keep the system alive. Yet illusions can still break. When people glimpse the possibility that they are algorithms in motion, despair or liberation can follow. Despair, because responsibility seems hollow. Liberation, because if everything is code, guilt itself may be nothing more than a program running in loops. But there is a third path: embracing the paradox. Even if our choices are coded, living as if they are real shapes how the code unfolds. The branches may be pre-written, but which branch you stand on still changes your story. So the question lingers: is choice genuine or just a branching illusion? Perhaps it is both. The code determines the branches, but walking them feels real because within the program, it is real. The boundaries do not negate the journey. The character in a story does not choose their lines, yet to the character, every word matters. In the same way, your choices, whether free or programmed, are the only reality you will ever know. And maybe that is the final twist. Even if free will is code, the illusion is so seamless, so intimate, that there is no practical difference. Choice may be programmed, but it still feels like yours. And in a universe where perception is all you can ever own, maybe that is freedom enough. Computation edge limit. Imagine reality as a program. Every particle, every law, every life, lines of code running in a vast processor we can't see. Day to day, the program feels stable. Gravity pulls, light bends, time ticks forward. But every program has a ceiling. Every system has a threshold. And so the question follows, when reality's code reaches maximum complexity, what happens next? Does it crash? Does it freeze? Or does it rewrite its own laws to survive? Think about ordinary computers. Push them too hard, too many calculations, too many processes, and they fail in familiar ways. A blue screen. A frozen cursor. A forced reboot. Our universe, if computational, may not be immune to such limits. Complexity grows endlessly. Stars burning, galaxies colliding, consciousnesses multiplying, decisions fracturing into trillions of possibilities. There must be an edge, a boundary where the system carrying all this detail strains against capacity. What lies at that computation edge limit? Physics gives hints. Quantum mechanics tells us reality is discrete, not infinitely divisible. Space, time, energy, they come in quanta, packets, steps. That suggests a cap, a smallest unit, a ceiling on how finely reality can be divided. Beyond that, the math stops. It's as though the system itself refuses to process requests outside its limits. In computer terms, it throws an error. But what form would an error take in existence? Perhaps glitches. Déjà vu, impossible coincidences, moments when time seems to stall, when cause and effect wobble. We call them psychological quirks, random accidents. But what if they are signs of the processor straining, like dropped frames in a game too heavy for its hardware? Imagine entire civilizations built inside a simulation that's running near max load. Their legends might include floods of noise, inexplicable shifts in physical law, sudden collapses of memory. To them, these would look like myths. To us, they would look like lag. Another possibility is freezing. If computation saturates, reality might simply hold still. Particles stop moving, time halts, everything waits until resources are freed. For us inside, such a freeze might feel like a missing moment, a gap we can't explain, a second that vanishes between blinks. Some researchers already study unexplained discontinuities in human perception. Could these be micropauses, tiny resets in reality's ongoing process? But the most unsettling possibility is rewriting. A system at its edge might choose not to fail, but to alter itself. To compress. To change its laws so complexity becomes manageable. Imagine waking tomorrow to find that pi is no longer infinite, that the speed of light has shifted, that probability itself obeys a different curve. You would not notice immediately, because your memory would be rewritten with the new rules. Only faint traces, ancient anomalies, unresolved paradoxes, would reveal the edits. In that sense, the Mandela effect, where groups remember pasts that no longer exist, may be less about faulty memory and more about patches in reality's code. This idea is not new. Mystics and physicists alike have circled it for centuries. Hindu cosmology speaks of cycles of creation and destruction. Worlds periodically reset when their load grows too heavy. Modern cosmology considers heat death. When entropy saturates, information maxes out. And computer scientists ask whether our simulations, if scaled indefinitely, would require automatic rewriting of their own parameters to avoid collapse. In each story, the core question is the same. What happens at the limit? Some thinkers propose reality is not passive, but adaptive. That at the edge of computation, it spawns new dimensions, offloading complexity into fresh layers. Black holes might be such escape valves, zones where overwhelming information is stored beyond the event horizon, keeping the rest of the system stable. From our perspective, they are terrifying anomalies. From the system's perspective, they may be memory management. Others speculate that consciousness itself is part of the safeguard. Each mind, by compressing experience into meaning, reduces the burden on the underlying code. We are not just passengers, but components that keep the system from overload. Every story, every belief, every simplification we create is compression, lossy data storage for a universe teetering on the edge. If that's true, then awareness is not an accident but a feature, built to keep the code from crashing. And yet, the possibility of failure lingers. What would a full crash look like from inside? Perhaps the laws of physics would dissolve at the seams. Gravity might flicker, time might ripple, identity might scatter. To an outside observer, if such a vantage exists, it would be a trivial event, like closing a window. But to us, it would be apocalypse. Not fire, not flood, but the silent collapse of logic itself. Freeze, crash, or rewrite. Each path holds terror. Freeze means we lose time, moments stolen without memory. Crash means annihilation, the end of the program entirely. Rewrite means continuity, but at the price of certainty, we could be living under new rules without knowing the shift occurred. Which is worse, destruction or endless deception? Some believe we've already crossed edges before. That physics has been rewritten silently, patched midstream, leaving us with only faint unease, tiny cracks we cannot explain. Perhaps history's mysteries, the sudden leaps in evolution, the unexplained collapses of civilizations, the unresolvable paradoxes of quantum mechanics, are artifacts of past resets. Perhaps we are already living in version 3.0 of a universe that refuses to crash but also refuses to tell us the edits. And here is the most chilling thought. If reality is capable of rewriting, then it may also be capable of rewriting us. Our memories, our sense of self, our very awareness may already have been adjusted to fit a new operating system. You would not know. You could not know. You would only suspect in dreams, in déjà vu, in the sense that something is fundamentally wrong with the world. So the next time you catch yourself staring into space, feeling that reality itself is straining at the seams, remember this: every system has a limit. Every code has a ceiling. And when reality reaches its computation edge, something will give. It may crash. It may freeze. Or it may rewrite the laws you thought unshakable. And if it has already rewritten them once, how would you ever know that the rules you live by today were not born from yesterday's collapse? Mask of reality layers. Imagine waking to a morning you think you recognize. Coffee breath, the hiss of the kettle, the world outside your window shuffling into motion. You place your hand on the table, feel the grain of wood, watch sunlight fracture across the cup. You trust those senses the way you trust your own name. They are the grammar of being. Now imagine that each of those trusted sensations is a mask, a thin, convincing layer pasted over something stranger, deeper, and less comprehensible beneath. We tell ourselves that perception is raw, immediate, and direct. Philosophy, neurology, and everyday common sense insist that seeing is just seeing. But even a child learns the first lesson. Senses are translators. Light hits an eye and becomes pattern. Pressure bends nerves and becomes warmth. Sound presses air into meaning. If the translators can be fooled, if their outputs can be stitched over with plausible fictions, then the whole theater of life could be playing with a set of painted flats. Think of masks in practical, ordinary terms. When a device uses a graphical user interface, it does not show you the file system or the kernel. It shows you icons, buttons, and sliders. Those affordances are not the raw machine. They are a curated set of interactions chosen to make the machine useful. What if your senses operate precisely like that interface, chosen to make the underlying ontology intelligible and survivable? You do not need to see quarks or the curvature of phase space to make breakfast, to tie a shoelace, to decide whether to call someone you love. Ancient myths imagined similar veils. The Greek word for the visible world, phenomena, has always carried the sense of something shown rather than everything that is. Hindu cosmology speaks of Maya, the illusion that makes the world appear as a manageable play instead of the full, overwhelming unmapped. Our contemporary metaphors trade veils for abstraction layers and rendering engines, but the core insight remains. Ordinary life may be an appearance shaped by rules you do not see. The danger of layered reality is not merely metaphysical hair-splitting, it is practical and intimate. If your senses are masks, then the very ground of moral and political life shifts. What if pain is filtered? What if anger is muted? What if a society's norms are coded into those interfaces so that certain sensations, uncomfortable, radical, disruptive, are smoothed away? Control becomes subtle. You do not need to coerce. You can design the mask so that certain possibilities never present themselves as alternatives. There are glimpses that feel like peeling back a layer. Psychedelics, extreme sensory deprivation, intensive meditation, each can strip familiar textures and reveal surprising depths. People who have sat in silence for days describe a different grammar of sensation. Sounds crystallize, colors deepen, and the body feels like a territory mapped in new ways. Some report seeing processes rather than objects, flows of attention, constructions of identity, moments when the interface that usually hides procedure yields to raw activity. Modern technology gives us sharper analogies and sharper risks. Augmented reality overlays, curated feeds, targeted interfaces. These are explicit masks we choose and accept. But they also teach us how invisible masks can be imposed at scale. When an algorithm decides which picture appears first, it shapes what you feel about a person, an event, a policy, or a memory. Education, architecture, and media together can train attention toward certain affordances and away from others. That is design. It can be liberation or it can be soft control. Recognizing layers is itself an act of agency. Artists, ritualists, and scientists are seam workers who open the interfaces to examine what lies beneath. An artist will rupture expectation to reveal countervailing structures. A scientist will reduce a phenomenon to variables to expose hidden regularities. A ritualist may deliberately heighten sensation to rearrange the field of meaning. Each method is different, but all pursue the same aim: to learn where the mask is thin and how to participate in the seams rather than be silently shaped by them. There is also a social dimension to the mask that is easily overlooked. Masks encode values. Which sensations are sharpened and which are dulled reflect power. An urban plan that hides poverty behind landscaping, a news cycle that foregrounds fear of strangers while flattening structural injustice, those are collective masks. They render certain realities manageable for the comfortable and inconvenient for the vulnerable. Recognizing the mask becomes an act of political literacy and a first step toward accountability. And yet we must ask the moral question: would you always prefer raw truth if the raw truth is unbearable? There are reasons communities preserve fictions. A story that binds a group, a myth that permits children to develop without existential terror, a cultural practice that sustains hope, these all function as protective interfaces. Not every illusion is oppression. Some are scaffolds for flourishing. The ethical work is to discern which masks enable life and which masks erode agency. So if you suspect layers, what practical moves are available? Begin with curiosity and disciplined attention. Try contrasting environments. Walk a route you never take. Practice an hour of silence, fast from curated media. Pay attention to the edge cases where expectation and sensation do not match. Keep a record of those mismatches. Ask what institutions shape what you notice. Practice modest experiments that reveal how attention can be trained in other directions. Importantly, perception is not mere surveillance. It is practice. Learning to read masks is not a paranoid pastime but a civic skill. It makes you a better friend, a more careful witness, and a citizen capable of asking who designs the next interface and to whose benefit it will be tuned. There is power in noticing, but there is also responsibility. Once you see the seam, the ethical question of what you do next belongs to you. When masks are revealed, action becomes possible. You can decide to lift a veil in a safe way, to mend a harmful interface, or to wear a new face intentionally as part of a collective experiment. Layers of reality need not be a trap. They can be scaffolds for wiser living. The choice is to learn how to read them, to question who designs them, and to insist that the deepest truths be served, not hidden, by the masks we accept. Wall of pixels. Picture yourself standing in front of a wall. You press your palm against it, feeling its cold resistance, the rough texture against your skin. It feels undeniable, solid, real. But then comes the thought you can't shake. If everything reduces to information, if the universe at its core is not matter but bits, then what you're touching isn't stone, isn't wood, isn't steel. It's only data, rendered as solidity. What you call the wall is nothing more than a wall of pixels. This is not science fiction. It's a possibility science itself has begun to entertain. Physicists have long debated whether the universe is fundamentally material or informational. Quantum mechanics hints that reality doesn't behave like hard objects, but like probabilities collapsing into definite outcomes only when observed. Information, not matter, might be the true substrate. If so, then solidity is not inherent. Solidity is just the rendering of deeper code, the same way pixels on a screen form an image that feels coherent only at a distance. Up close, they dissolve into fragments. Think of a video game. A character stands in front of a wall. To them, it is impenetrable, the edge of their world. But we, looking from outside, know the truth. The wall is not stone. It is code, a set of instructions that render a visual surface and assign it a collision property. To the character, it feels like resistance. To us, it is a design choice. Now ask yourself, what if our walls are no different? What if every object you've ever touched is nothing more than data your senses are designed to interpret as firmness, weight, texture? This thought collapses the boundary between the physical and the digital. It suggests that what we call touch is simply the system feeding you input, your nerves firing according to programmed responses. The wall resists because the code instructs it to. Solidity is a rule, not a fact. And if rules can be altered, then so can reality. The unsettling possibility is that everything you experience as unshakably real is only as stable as the program maintaining it. Examples haunt our everyday lives. Virtual reality headsets already trick the brain into perceiving depth, motion, presence. Haptic feedback gloves simulate the sensation of resistance, convincing you that your hand has collided with something solid that doesn't exist. If human engineers can already simulate solidity in such crude ways, what could a higher-level system achieve? Couldn't it render entire universes where every stone, every wall, every body feels absolute, yet is nothing more than information executed perfectly? This idea presses against something deep in us, our need for certainty. We cling to the wall because it reassures us that something outside of us is firm, fixed, undeniable. But if it is only data, then solidity itself is a lie. And that lie has implications. If matter is pixels, then destruction is only deletion, memory is only storage, and life itself is nothing more than code playing out against the background of an infinite processor. Your hand against the wall isn't proof of the real, it's proof of how convincing the rendering is. But here lies the paradox. If the wall is only pixels, does that make it meaningless? Or does it mean that meaning is defined not by what something is, but by how it is experienced? A wall of pixels still feels cold. It still stops your body from passing through. To you, in this simulation, it is as real as anything needs to be. Meaning, then, becomes less about metaphysical solidity and more about functional reality. The wall may be code, but it still holds you up. The table may be data, but you still eat from it. The difference between real and simulated begins to collapse, leaving only lived experience. Still, a darker question lingers. If the wall is pixels, who is the one rendering it? Who wrote the rules of resistance and texture? If the universe is informational, then somewhere, somehow, there must be a processor, a platform, a system carrying out these instructions. Are we the characters inside, or are we the players outside, temporarily forgetting our higher reality while immersed in this one? And if we are only characters, what happens when the programmer decides to change the rules? What happens when the wall no longer resists? Consider déjà vu, the unsettling feeling of reliving a moment. Could that be a rendering glitch, the system momentarily replaying frames? Or quantum indeterminacy, particles existing in superpositions until observed? Could that be the engine rendering only when required, like a video game loading only the parts of the map the player sees? Every gap in our understanding of physics might not be mystery, but optimization. The wall of pixels becomes the wall of reality itself. And so you are left with the most disorienting thought of all: solidity is not proof of permanence. Solidity is only the sensation of data convincing you it's permanent. You touch the wall, you trust it, but behind that sensation is only a cascade of information, endlessly flowing, endlessly recalculated. The wall may feel real, but its truth lies elsewhere, in an invisible system you will never directly touch. The question is not whether the wall is pixels. The question is whether you can live knowing that it is. Would you still press your hand against it, knowing the cold you feel is only input, knowing that solidity is an illusion sustained by code? Or would that knowledge haunt you, making every surface feel hollow, every object a shadow of something deeper? In the end, perhaps the most profound part of the wall of pixels is not that it hides its nature, but that you sensed it at all, that some part of you already knew the solid world is nothing more than information pretending to be matter. Cause and code paradox. Imagine walking through your day believing every action unfolds naturally. You drop a glass, it shatters. You plant a seed, it grows. Cause and effect feels like the bedrock of reality, the invisible scaffolding on which the entire world rests. We rely on it so fully that we rarely stop to question it. Every scientific experiment, every moral judgment, every story we tell assumes that one thing leads to another in a reliable chain. But what if this chain itself is only a carefully scripted illusion? What if what feels like causality is nothing more than code, an elaborate pre-written script that convinces us we live in a world of reasons when in truth we live in a world of outcomes with no true roots? This is the trap of the cause and code paradox. In a simulation, nothing needs to arise from real necessity. Lightning does not have to form because of atmospheric charge. The code can simply declare, at frame 2371, flash here, thunder there. Water does not have to boil because heat agitates molecules. It can be set to boil when a numeric threshold is reached, regardless of physical law. Cause and effect exists in appearance only, because the engine underneath is just code executing instructions. And if we ourselves live in such a system, then all the laws we study, physics, biology, even the arc of history, may be no more than aesthetic consistency, rules chosen not because they must exist but because they create the illusion of a coherent world. This realization is disorienting because our sense of identity depends on causality. We tell ourselves, I am this way because of my past. I choose this because of my values. My life has meaning because my choices ripple into the future. Cause is the glue that binds action to meaning. But if cause is scripted illusion, then what are choices except pre-coded branches, like options in a video game menu? You press left or right, but both options were already waiting, already accounted for, already part of the script. Freedom shrinks into the performance of decision-making, while behind the curtain, the code simply plays out its sequence. Think about déjà vu. You walk into a room and feel you've been there before. Most explain it as a memory glitch. But in the cause and code paradox, déjà vu is not misfiring neurons. It's a stutter in the program, a moment where the simulation repeats a frame. The illusion of cause continues. Your brain insists you remember, but the truth is simpler. The script looped. Or take coincidences. You think of a friend and moments later they call you. Was it intuition? Or simply the program aligning two threads at once, because the underlying script required them to converge? Now consider history. Empires rise, wars erupt, technologies emerge at suspiciously synchronized times in different parts of the world. We explain it with causes, resources, climate, human ambition. But what if history is not a web of causes but a narrative structure, like chapters in a novel or cutscenes in a game? Each development arrives not because the world forces it, but because the script demands the illusion of progress. The Industrial Revolution, the digital age, the wars and treaties, they feel inevitable only because inevitability is baked into the script. This paradox also cuts into morality. We hold people responsible for their actions because we assume their choices caused consequences. If cause is scripted illusion, responsibility blurs. Did the criminal choose, or was the act pre-coded? Did the hero sacrifice out of free will, or because the script needed a moment of redemption? And if our emotions in response, grief, anger, admiration, are themselves coded reflexes, then morality itself may be a simulation of justice rather than its reality. What would it mean to live ethically in a world where choice is only apparent and cause only a story we tell ourselves? The frightening part is how invisible this illusion can be. In a well-designed simulation, cause and effect is so consistent that we stop questioning. Drop an apple, it falls. Light a fire, it burns. Test it 1,000 times, the rule holds. But consistency does not prove necessity. A script can repeat flawlessly forever. The moment we take consistency as evidence of truth, we step into the heart of the trap. There are, however, cracks where illusion might show. Glitches, moments where cause does not fit the script we expect. A random object appearing in a place it shouldn't. A dream that bleeds too precisely into waking life. Two strangers sharing the same words in the same order. These are the places where the simulation betrays itself, revealing that what feels like chain reaction is really just coordinated output. In those moments, the cause and code paradox stops being theory and becomes experience, raw and undeniable. But here is the deeper turn. Even if causality is an illusion, its consequences still shape us. Whether the glass shatters because of physics or because the code says so, the shards are still sharp. Whether your choice is genuine or scripted, you still feel its weight, still live inside its unfolding. The illusion is indistinguishable from the real, and so the life you live within it is not counterfeit. The meaning we craft comes not from the source of the cause, but from the experience of moving through it. So the paradox does not destroy meaning, it complicates it. If life is scripted, then we are actors improvising within fixed roles, but actors still breathe life into lines, still turn cold text into something felt. Perhaps the point is not to prove whether causality is real or code, but to decide how to live when either possibility could be true. Do we despair because choice might be illusion? Or do we choose, even knowing choice might be part of the script, because choosing is the essence of being human? The cause and code paradox leaves us in a strange, humbling place. We may never know whether our world is built from necessity or from design, whether cause truly pushes effect or whether both appear together like shadows on a wall. What we do know is this: we move forward through events that feel like consequences of our actions, and in that feeling we find our identity, our morality, our story. If it is illusion, it is an illusion that sustains us. If it is code, then perhaps the truest form of resistance is to live as though our choices still matter. Because even in a scripted universe, the act of believing in cause and living as though it is real may be the only freedom the code cannot predict. Time as processing speed. Imagine if time itself, the very rhythm of existence, was not an external river flowing around us but the byproduct of how fast the underlying code of reality executes. What we call a second might not be a fundamental property of the universe but a measurement of how many processing cycles have completed in the system that runs us. In this view, time does not exist independently. It is simply the ticking of a hidden processor rendering events in sequence. Think about your computer. When a processor runs faster, everything feels smoother, more immediate. When it lags, you notice delays, stutters, waiting. The virtual world inside the machine doesn't perceive absolute time. It perceives only the execution speed of code. To a character in a video game, time is nothing more than how quickly the game engine processes frames. If the processor slows, the character's world appears sluggish. If it speeds up, everything flows rapidly. But the clock on your wall is irrelevant to them. Their time is measured only in cycles. Now stretch that metaphor. What if our own universe works in exactly the same way? This would explain why time is relative, why it bends with speed and gravity. In Einstein's relativity, clocks tick slower near massive objects, and time stretches when you approach light speed. What if these effects aren't distortions of some mysterious dimension, but the result of changes in the processing load of the simulation? A heavy gravitational field could be a zone where computation is harder, slowing the execution cycles. Near light speed, the processing demand spikes, reducing how quickly cycles can update. To us, this appears as time dilation. To the system, it is simply redistribution of computational resources. Imagine standing at the edge of a black hole. To you, time ticks normally, second after second. But to a distant observer, your movements appear frozen, slowed nearly to nothing. This paradox has puzzled physicists for decades. But if time is processing speed, the answer is simple. The system is allocating so many resources to render the extreme physics near the black hole that cycle execution slows compared to regions of weaker gravity. From the inside, you don't notice, because your own clock is part of the slowed rendering. But to someone outside, you are running at a reduced frame rate. This also reframes our everyday experience of time. Why does time feel faster when you are immersed in something you love, and unbearably slow when you are bored? Perhaps it is because attention itself affects how cycles are allocated in your brain. Just as a computer prioritizes tasks, the processor of consciousness may speed certain streams while throttling others. Our perception of time may not be a passive observation but an emergent feature of how code distributes its cycles. There are even hints of this idea in quantum mechanics. Subatomic particles do not seem to have continuous states. Instead, they update in discrete steps, like frames in an animation. Reality at its most fundamental level is not smooth. It is quantized. Could that be the refresh rate of the simulation, the cycle speed of the processor? If so, then time itself is not a flowing river but a stuttering sequence of updates, too fast for us to notice, yet finite nonetheless. This idea carries unsettling consequences. If time is processing speed, then time could be manipulated. Imagine a civilization that controls the underlying processor. For them, pausing the universe would be as trivial as halting a program. They could slow us to a crawl, replay moments, or accelerate entire centuries in a flash. To us, it would feel seamless. We would never know we had been paused, rewound, or fast-forwarded. Our entire history could have been manipulated countless times already, while we float unaware inside the rendering. It also means that time may not be uniform across the universe. Just as some regions of a computer program demand more power, some areas of space might require more cycles to render, places of high complexity, density, or unpredictability. The flow of time in those regions might differ, not because time bends, but because processing strain alters execution speed. Our physics already observes variations in time caused by gravity and velocity. What if the underlying principle is simply computational load? But here is the most profound implication. If time is processing speed, then the end of the universe is not heat death or collapse, but shutdown. When the processor halts, the cycles stop, and with them, time ceases. There would be no long fade into entropy, only an abrupt termination, the screen turning black, the program ending. From the inside, there would be no warning, no moment of transition. One cycle, you are here. The next cycle never comes. This transforms the way we think about free will, memory, even immortality. If time is not a dimension but a computation, then perhaps it can be rewound or reloaded, just like a save state in a game. What we call the past may not be lost but archived. What we call the future may not exist until rendered. And what we call the present is nothing more than the processor executing this frame, this update, this moment. So the question is no longer, what is time? But, who controls the cycles? If the code is autonomous, then we are passengers on a program with no pause button. If there are programmers, or a programmer, then our lives unfold inside a system that could be halted, edited, or deleted at any instant. The most haunting part is that we would never know. To us, time feels absolute, but it may only be the hum of a processor running somewhere beyond our reach. Perhaps that is why we cling to time so fiercely, because deep down we sense it is fragile. A cycle is all we ever get, and once it executes, it can never be reclaimed unless someone, somewhere, decides to run it again. Pre-written history illusion. You believe in a past. You believe in childhood, in wars fought before you were born, in ancestors who lived and died centuries ago. You trust history as a line stretching backward, a chain of cause and effect that explains why you stand here today. But what if that certainty is a trick? What if the past is not a fixed landscape behind you, but something coded into existence only when you remember it? What if history itself is written at the moment of recall, preloaded for coherence, never existing until you call for it? Consider memory. Neuroscience tells us memory is not a recording. It is reconstruction. Each time you remember, your brain rewrites the event, filling gaps, smoothing edges, inserting meaning. The recollection becomes the event, and in that sense, your personal history is born anew every time you think of it. If memory itself is a generative process, why should reality's memory, the past, be any different? Perhaps the universe does not store every detail of what came before. Perhaps it only generates a consistent story when demanded, the way a computer loads a level only when you step toward it. Imagine looking at an old photograph. You assume the picture proves the moment existed exactly as shown. But what if the photo is not evidence, but scaffolding, part of the illusion generated to convince you that a coherent history stretches behind you? You never saw the entire past. You only saw fragments, texts, ruins, records. What if those fragments, too, were written into existence at the instant you turned your gaze upon them? This idea is not new. Philosophers have long wondered whether the universe could have been created yesterday, with all our memories intact. Bertrand Russell called it the 5-minute hypothesis, that the world might be 5 minutes old, and everything before it, including fossils and history books, were planted illusions. Religion echoes the thought in myths where gods create fully formed worlds with false evidence of age. Even physics offers unsettling parallels. In quantum mechanics, outcomes remain probabilistic until observed. What if history itself is quantum, uncollapsed until recalled? Skeptics dismiss this as absurd. After all, we have libraries, museums, DNA records, artifacts stretching back millennia. But ask yourself, do you ever encounter the past directly, or only through representations? A bone in a museum, a page in a book, a video from decades ago, each is a piece of code loaded when accessed. Before you looked, did it exist as a concrete fact, or as potential waiting to be rendered? If the universe is economical, why waste resources storing every detail of every moment? Why not, like a simulation, generate only what is required at the time of access? Think of how video games operate. A world feels vast, but only the area around the player is truly rendered. The rest lies dormant, waiting for you to step into it. In the same way, perhaps the past is not a vast archive but a reactive generation. When you recall your grandmother's voice, the system generates it. When you ask about ancient Rome, the system writes the ruins into place. Each memory, each history, each narrative arises at the moment of questioning. Before that, it was nothing. The consequences of this are staggering. If the past is written at the moment of recall, then history is not fixed. It is flexible. Two people can remember the same event differently, not because one is wrong, but because reality wrote two histories to satisfy two perspectives. Shared memory becomes negotiated code, aligning enough to maintain coherence, but not enough to reveal the illusion. This could explain phenomena like the Mandela effect, collective mismatches in memory that feel impossible. They are not failures of recollection. They are artifacts of a system rewriting history dynamically, inconsistently, across different observers. But if the past is written only when recalled, who, or what, writes it? Some say it is the unconscious mind, generating narratives to protect sanity. Others argue it is reality itself, coded by rules deeper than we can comprehend, rules designed to maintain continuity no matter what. And some whisper it may be watchers, entities beyond our perception, ensuring that when you ask for history, an answer is ready, consistent enough to keep you believing in the illusion. There are chilling stories that fit this idea. People swear they find journals with entries they do not remember writing, records of events that feel alien yet are undeniably in their own handwriting. Or they discover family artifacts that contradict stories they were told, as if the past adjusted itself overnight. Were these mistakes, or were they edits, new versions of history generated because you sought them out? The illusion of pre-written history keeps you sane. Without it, life would unravel. You need to believe you come from somewhere, that your suffering, your joy, your choices all rest on solid ground. But if the ground is written in real time, then the past is not a foundation. It is scaffolding, appearing just as you step onto it, vanishing behind once you leave. The continuity is convincing, but continuity is the point. And here lies the final paradox. If the past is generated only when remembered, then your act of remembering is not passive. You are not retrieving history, you are authoring it. Each time you recall, you collaborate with the code, co-writing a narrative that never existed before that moment. You are both witness and creator, both prisoner of the illusion and participant in building it. And that means history is not behind you at all. It is under you, appearing line by line as you walk forward, pretending it was always there. So the next time you feel nostalgia, the next time you dig through a box of old photographs or recall a childhood smell, pause and ask yourself, did this memory exist before you reached for it? Or did the world generate it just now, seamlessly, to preserve the illusion that you have a past at all? Because if reality only writes history when you call for it, then your past is not a story written long ago. It is a lie whispered in real time, convincing enough to keep you walking toward a future you may never truly reach. Pause state paradox. Imagine a moment so absolute the world itself seems to hold its breath. The traffic lights stop mid-change, a kettle hangs suspended above the stove, a laugh is cut off and waits in the air like a note held too long. You try to move and your limbs obey, or do they not? You try to think and your thoughts stall or drift into a quiet you cannot name. This is the pause state paradox. If the system that runs us, whatever you call it, simulation, engine, mechanism, is paused, what happens to the thing that pauses inside it? Do we endure, frozen like a frame on a paused screen, or do we vanish entirely until the play resumes? Start with the simplest image, a video paused mid-frame. Every pixel is held, every motionless ember preserved, every mouth open in the middle of a word. The camera's recording of reality is stopped, but the record remains. If the universe were a film, pausing would be trivial. You remain visible, unchanged, waiting for the play to continue. You look like yourself. You are inert but present. Memory of what came before lingers in the frame. When play resumes, continuity picks up where it left off. The continuity model comforts us because it preserves identity. You remain the same person, only temporarily detained. But the metaphor quickly strains. A film's pause is a viewer's action external to the recorded world. The recording does not care. What would it mean for the simulation itself to pause from inside? To pose that question is to ask whether the simulation contains an internal clock that can be stopped, and whether the things inside it require that clock to persist. If our minds are processes that run on that clock, electrical patterns, biochemical reactions, information flows, then stopping the clock would halt the processes that define us. In that case, Pause is not a frozen tableau but an absence disguised as stillness. There is no awareness, no experience. From the inside it would be indistinguishable from non-existence. Philosophers have played with similar puzzles. If experience depends on processing, and processing ceases, then experience ceases. The person who is paused does not recall being paused. There is simply a discontinuity. To everyone else in the system, if they survive the pause, you will appear to step back into motion with no memory of the gap, or with an odd sensation like waking from a long, blank dream. If instead the system preserves memory state, perhaps the consciousness resumes with a bookmarked interior, like opening a suspended tab. But if memory itself is a running product of processes halted by the pause, then no memory of being paused survives the interruption. Another route is metaphysical continuity. Perhaps identity is not merely active processing but an ontological thread that persists irrespective of local computation. In that view, pausing the system suspends behavior without annihilating the person's being. You are like a statue removed from a pedestal and placed in a glass case, unchanged, waiting. Time may not pass for you, but your existence remains a fact in whatever larger ontology supports the simulation. This preserves dignity. Pausing is inconvenience, not death. It's a fable-friendly solution because it allows personal continuity and responsibility to survive external manipulation. Then there's the more disturbing possibility. Pause implies termination. If the simulation provides the minimal conditions for being, and those conditions are removed, then existence is not merely suspended, it is extinguished. From the vantage of the paused entity there is no during. There is only before and, if resumed at all, an after that is experienced as a new instantiation rather than continuity. Imagine a computer program that spawns a process, runs it, kills it, and then later spawns a new process with the same data. Is the new process the same person or a replica? The answer tears at our intuitions about identity. Are we the runtime execution or the pattern abstracted from it? We can test this with thought experiments. Suppose researchers discover the capacity to checkpoint a brain, to save its complete informational state to disk and later reload it into a working substrate. If the reloaded mind feels like the same person, that suggests identity may survive non-processing as a pattern reanimated. But if reloading produces something that merely behaves like the original without the subjective continuity we call I, then perhaps the pause was a kind of death, and whatever returns is a copy with no claim on the original's inner life. The paradox also has ethical implications. If pausing annihilates subjectivity, then whoever controls the pause wields the power to kill or to resurrect at will. Laws and morals about harm break down when suspension is a technical operation. Consent becomes central. Is it permissible to halt a consciousness for testing, for storage, for convenience? If resumption is guaranteed, is the interruption merely inconvenience, or does the act bear moral weight equal to killing and restoring a person? Even in the continuity model, pausing can be an exploitation. Stripping someone of agency for arbitrary reasons would be an oppression far worse than crude violence because it removes the narrative thread of a life. There is a practical angle too. In computational systems, pausing changes state in subtle ways. Cache is cold, entropy changes, timing relationships break. A paused weather simulation when resumed doesn't simply continue with perfect fidelity because race conditions and external inputs have shifted. If our world is similar, the act of pausing and resuming could introduce discontinuities. Memories that are inconsistent, relationships that look altered, small anomalies that accumulate into a sense of displacement. Humans are pattern-seeking. Even tiny mismatches become meaningful. Resumption might carry the uncanny, a world almost the same but somehow off. Another layer. What if pause is distributed and partial? The system might suspend certain subsystems while leaving others running. Your sensory input could freeze while memory continues. Your body might be still while consciousness runs in a loop, or vice versa. The horror here is asynchronous existence, being active but cut off from parts of yourself. Imagine thinking, unable to move, while your senses replay the last few seconds in an endless loop. That is a form of torture more subtle than anything we have legal language for. Finally, consider the human response. Faced with an answerless paradox, we craft rituals to cope. Sleep becomes the humble practice that lets us imagine an interruption we survive. Death becomes a narrative pause we might hope continues elsewhere. Technology offers blunt answers: backup, redundancy, distributed persistence. Faith offers consolations. Soul survives machinery. Science offers operational frameworks for testing continuity. None fully resolve the metaphysical itch, but each frames action. So which is it, freeze or cease? The honest reply is that we do not know. The paradox is a mirror that shows us our own assumptions about mind and matter. If identity is process, pause risks erasure. If identity is pattern, pause may be survivable. If identity is something else, all our metaphors fail. The safest practical posture is humility. Treat consciousness as fragile, avoid interventions that could sever continuity without consent, and build safeguards that assume the worst even as we hope for the best. In the end, the pause state paradox is less a riddle about code than a question about responsibility. Whether we freeze or cease, the choice to stop someone is a moral act. If you design the systems that can pause lives, imagine the faces you would be deciding for. If you are the one who may be paused, imagine what you want written into the hand that will press the button. Dream versus simulation loop. Dreams are the private simulations your mind launches when waking systems pause. Close your eyes and a world boots. Familiar streets skew into impossible angles, strangers speak like old friends, and doors open onto rooms you have never seen. We call these private theaters dreams, but consider a different hypothesis. Dreams are smaller simulations nested inside a larger simulation, a loop of realities folded within realities. Imagine a host runtime defining broad rules: physics, causality, the slow grind of history. Within that runtime, ephemeral subroutines spin up each night. These subroutines are lightweight virtual machines for exploration. They replay social scenarios, stress-test emotional responses, and rehearse possibilities the main program cannot safely run in daylight. In a dream you are both actor and experimenter, testing reactions, varying dialogue, observing outcomes. This model reframes everyday mysteries. The solution you suddenly find after sleep may be a subroutine discovering a path the host later adopts. Nightmares become stress tests, intense simulations measuring resilience. Lucid dreams are debug consoles, brief moments when the subroutine exposes controls and lets you alter variables. Déjà vu could be a caching artifact, fragments of a prior subrun reloaded and felt like memory. Nested realities blur real and imagined. Two dream runs can merge and create false recollections. A successful rehearsal can be promoted into waking behavior as the host integrates useful strategies. The feedback loop is crucial. Daytime inputs shape dream scenarios, and dream outcomes nudge waking choices. Over time, iterative dream testing can materially alter who you become. There are ethical ripples. If higher-level systems spawn dream simulations for study, consent evaporates. Subjects are experimented upon nightly without awareness. Conversely, dream simulations might be therapeutic, an empathy engine the system uses to heal trauma by rehearsal. Either hypothesis raises questions about rights inside hierarchies of reality. Do dream personas have moral status, or are they ephemeral processes? Identity phrase under this view. Who are you, the continuous thread the host records, or the many avatars you inhabit each night? Spiritual traditions call the self manifold. Nesting supplies a mechanistic account. Multiplicity of selves is structural. Lucidity becomes both ethical skill and practical tool, the capacity to detect the layer you're in and intentionally use it to rehearse new habits. We mustn't fetishize the metaphor. Neurobiology offers robust accounts. Memory consolidation, synaptic pruning, and emotion processing all function during sleep. Still, treating dreams as nested simulations suggests testable ideas. If induced lucidity consistently accelerates learning, or if dream content reliably predicts later behavior change, the simulation model becomes a useful framework for research and practice. Recursion deepens the puzzle. Dreams within dreams, stacks of simulations, produce experiences with no obvious upper boundary. Each layer feels primary until you attain meta-awareness. Lucidity then is the key to climbing out, to edit the subroutine, to stop being a passive run and start being a deliberate actor in your inner lab. What practical wisdom follows? Treat your nights as a laboratory. Record dream patterns. Practice intention. Use lucid techniques to rehearse difficult conversations, reframe fears, and experiment with new responses. Whether dreams are evolutionary heuristics or literal nested simulations, their utility is the same. They allow low-cost rehearsal that, if integrated, transforms waking life. Consider small test cases. You wake from a nightmare and find you no longer react the way you used to, an argument avoided, a phrase left unsaid. Or you practice a difficult apology in a lucid dream, and next day that apology opens a conversation you feared. These moments look like coincidence, but under the nested model they are iterative updates. The subroutine finds a solution and the host adopts it. Imagine this process repeated over years, tiny rehearsals accreting into who you become. There is a human tenderness here, too. Dreams let you visit lost people, rehearse forgiveness, rehearse courage. Whether the dreaming engine is a cold runtime or an empathetic tutor, the workouts matter. Treat your nights like a laboratory. Record, reflect, practice lucidity. Make the most of the writable hours. Because whether dream or subroutine, the private worlds you inhabit after dark are not wasted. They are drafts from which your mornings are written. Observer's pixel collapse. You have seen it before without naming it. The world that waits in low resolution until you look closely, the scene that fills itself in only when attention arrives. In physics, a particle exists in a haze of possibilities until an observation culls one trajectory from many. In computation, code often behaves the same way. Nothing renders until someone requests it, nothing computes until a hand reaches toward the server. Call this the observer's pixel collapse, the idea that something becomes real, or at least fixed, only at the moment it is accessed. Think of a web page that loads on demand. Scroll down, and images appear, one by one, as the browser asks for them. They do not occupy memory until they are needed. Game engines stream textures as you move through a virtual world. Distant geometry is a ghost until your camera angle demands it. The same architecture undergirds cloud computing. Functions are cold until invoked. Containers spin up only when traffic arrives. In each case, observation or access is the event that collapses potential into concrete state. This is not merely a developer's trick to save resources. It changes how systems behave in principle. Lazy evaluation can hide failures, bury side effects, and defer decisions into the moment of inquiry. A database query that is never run has no error to show you. A log file unwritten is an event unregistered. The act of observing can be the act that creates. Which raises a hard question. If reality, digital or perceived, comes into being only when accessed, what does that say about existence itself? Philosophers have long argued about the role of observation in reality. Niels Bohr and others suggested that at quantum scales there is no fact of the matter independent of measurement. John Archibald Wheeler went further with it from bit, proposing that information and observation are central to the fabric of the universe. In computing, it from bit has an analog. The server-side object is nothing more than a potential state until a client asks for it. The map is the sum of tiles you request. The page is a set of DOM nodes that wake as you scroll. This has immediate ethical implications. Consider surveillance systems and logging. If data is only persisted when observed, only written when someone pulls the log, then absence of evidence looks like evidence of absence. A camera stream might exist on a circular buffer, overwritten unless an operator flags it. The collapse occurs when a human or a process decides to save. That decision shapes what later becomes real in the archive. The frame selected by attention becomes the frame remembered. Histories are not simply discovered. They are partly authored by where we point our gaze. There are subtler dangers. Outsourced collapse, when a third party decides what renders for you, means you might not inhabit the full state space of what could be. Recommendation systems materialize interests by computing them. If a platform only computes content it predicts you will like, it collapses a limited world into being, nudging your tastes by omission. The pixel that never loads is the conversation you never have. The algorithmic gaze becomes a gatekeeper, deciding which possibilities are allowed to enter your life. The analogy destabilizes the notion of privacy too. I did not do that no longer means it didn't happen. It might mean no one observed and persisted it. In jurisdictions where data retention is minimal, or in systems designed to forget, atrocities can be transient. Conversely, in always-on logging environments, the act of access can fix a transient state into permanent record. Observation freezes motion. The camera that catches a scream makes it an exhibit. The observer's pixel collapse, therefore, is also a politics of memory. What is saved, who saves it, and who gets to declare something an event? On the personal level, our minds perform a similar collapse. Many memories are potential traces until we recall them. The act of remembering reconstitutes the scene and, in doing so, may alter it. Each retrieval is itself a right operation. Psychologists show that recollection is reconstructive and that retrieved memories are vulnerable to change. You do not fetch a pristine tape. You run a function that returns a structure influenced by current context, mood, and suggestion. Paying attention to a memory can make it more vivid and more brittle. We can turn this into practices and defenses. If you accept that observation collapses possibility, be mindful about what you render. Archive deliberately. Choose what to persist beyond ephemeral buffers. Use tamper-evident logs when accountability matters. Design systems so that side effects are explicit and visible, not hidden until a render. Push for policy that requires meaningful retention for events that implicate safety or rights. On the personal side, keep multiple records, journals, time-stamped photos, corroborating witnesses, so that your life does not hinge on a single collapsed view. The observer's pixel collapse also suggests modes of resistance. If the gaze collapses, then stepping out of view reclaims indeterminacy. Protesters wear masks not only for safety but to refuse a single, collapsed identity. Anonymous networks and ephemeral messaging are ways to reintroduce potential. Where possible, design spaces where not everything must be fixed into a record, allow room for experiment and failure without every misstep becoming permanent evidence. Yet ambiguity has costs. A world that refuses to render on demand can be chaotic. Not everything should be allowed to evaporate. Some visibility is necessary for justice and coordination. The calculus is political and moral. The question becomes, whose observation matters, and when? Who gets to trigger the collapse? Designing fair systems is about democratizing that power, ensuring that observation cannot be monopolized to rewrite significance or to erase inconvenient facts. There are poetic consequences too. If existence depends on attention, then presence becomes an ethical act. To notice is to make, to look is to author. You become partly responsible for the lives you make real by the attention you give. That weight can be generative. Attention can surface the marginalized, make invisible labor visible, rescue small histories from buffer overwrite. It asks us to care precisely where default systems would let things slip away. Technical minds will argue about caching strategies and cost trade-offs, and rightfully so. But beyond efficiency lies a moral design problem. Treat collapse as a significant event. Give it protocols, not happenstance. Require that the act of persisting a record be accompanied by clear intent and auditability. Build retention rules aligned with rights and redress. Acknowledge that some lazy architectures are ethically lazy too. In networks and minds alike, our gaze is a kind of creation. slow, ritualized, and full of consequence. To look is to collapse a pixel into being. To look badly is to impoverish the possible. So when an image flickers into life on your screen, when you call up a past chat and feel the past reform under your fingertips, remember, observation is not neutral. It chooses what is archived and what evaporates. It decides in small and large ways which lives are kept and which are allowed to fade. Choose what you make with care. Debugging existence. Imagine your life as a program running flawlessly most days, until suddenly it doesn't. Pain, heartbreak, tragedy, they appear like crashes in an otherwise ordered system. If reality is coded, then suffering itself may not be a feature but a bug, an error in execution, a miscalculation in how cycles unfold. But if suffering is a bug, then who, if anyone, debugs existence? And if existence is patched, what changes follow us, hidden in the cosmic version notes? Think about how we handle software. A glitch appears, an app freezes, a game crashes, the system breaks. Developers observe, trace the error back to its source, and then release an update. Users never see the complexity behind the scenes, only a notification. Bug fixed. Performance improved. Could reality itself work the same way? Maybe the inexplicable horrors of life, diseases that strike children, accidents that defy probability, wars that erupt without sense, are not meant to be, but simply the result of corrupted lines in the code. The question then is chilling. If bugs exist, why do they persist? In software, bugs remain until someone with authority chooses to fix them. So who maintains the source code of reality? Is there a cosmic developer team, unseen engineers monitoring the logs of human suffering? Or are we inside an abandoned program, riddled with errors that no one bothers to correct? Let's imagine the possibility that debugging does occur, but at scales too vast for us to see. A new scientific discovery could be a patch note disguised as human progress. The sudden eradication of diseases, the mysterious disappearance of certain patterns of catastrophe, the gradual evolution of empathy in societies. Could these be the result of silent updates running in the background? Perhaps what we call breakthroughs are not ours at all, but inserted corrections to stabilize a faulty simulation. But debugging is never simple. Anyone who has written code knows that fixing one bug can create another. A patch designed to reduce suffering in one domain might introduce new complications in another. Solve hunger in one region, and the world faces overpopulation and resource strain. Cure one disease, and another emerges in its place. Reality's patch notes may be full of trade-offs, hidden behind the illusion of progress. This perspective reframes our deepest philosophical struggles. Religious traditions often ask why a benevolent creator allows suffering. If we see reality as code, the answer may be neither cruelty nor apathy, but limitation. Even a perfect programmer deals with constraints, memory limits, conflicts between features, unintended consequences of complexity. What if the problem of evil is not a test of faith, but a reminder that the system we inhabit, however advanced, is still prone to flaws? Consider déjà vu. That sudden shiver that you've lived this exact moment before. Could it be the residue of a rollback, reality rebooting after a crash? A cosmic autosave loading the last stable state? Or glitches in memory, like corrupted cache files, leaving artifacts in the experience of the user, you. Even dreams could be debug logs, fragments of code running in diagnostic mode, revealing lines that never made it into stable reality. If debugging exists, then somewhere, patch notes must exist too. Imagine if you could read them. Version 3.5, reduced plague events by 80%. Adjusted lifespan variable. Introduced new empathy mechanic to stabilize population interactions. Would you not begin to see history itself differently, not as a linear unfolding, but as a long string of updates, hotfixes, and recalibrations? Yet, there is a darker angle. What if suffering is not a bug, but a feature disguised as one? In game design, difficulty, conflict, and struggle are not errors. They are essential mechanics. A world without suffering might be stable, but unplayable. No stakes, no growth, no story. From this angle, what we call bugs may be deliberate. Carefully placed hardships meant to force evolution, deepen narratives, and make choice meaningful. Debugging, then, wouldn't mean erasing suffering. It would mean rebalancing it, like adjusting difficulty settings so the game remains challenging without being unplayable. But if reality is being debugged, can we, as players, ever detect it? Perhaps only in anomalies, the near misses, the miraculous survivals, the way history sometimes bends toward stability after chaos. Maybe every unexplainable stroke of luck is a minor patch applied mid-cycle, correcting a line that could have spiraled into disaster. And then comes the final, most unsettling thought: what if we are the debuggers? What if the system evolves patches through us, through our science, our compassion, our ability to detect and correct suffering? Every medical discovery, every act of justice, every moment someone chooses kindness over cruelty may not just be a human act, but part of the system repairing itself from within. In that sense, we are both the bugs and the patch notes, the errors and the corrections. If suffering is a bug, then debugging reality is not someone else's job. It is ours, carried out line by line, moment by moment, through the choices we make. And the patch notes of existence are not hidden. They are written in history, in memory, and in the progress we pass to the next generation. So perhaps the haunting question is not who debugs reality, but are we willing to accept the role ourselves? Because every time we reduce suffering, we are issuing a patch. Every time we create meaning from pain, we rewrite corrupted code. And every life improved becomes an entry in the patch notes of a universe still in development. Compressed reality trick. You imagine memory as tidy boxes stacked on shelves, every moment recorded, every face saved. But what if the system that holds reality is stingy, compressing, pruning, folding away whole swaths of data to save space? Compression is efficient. It discards redundancy, stores patterns, and reconstructs on demand. That is how images are reduced to files small enough to share. Now scale that idea up. What if your universe uses the same trick, and in the act of compression, entire realities vanish, lost forever because the code chose to keep only what it considered necessary? Compression trades detail for utility. A photograph converted into a JPEG discards tiny variations your eye won't miss. A video game streams only the textures you need now. The rest stays low resolution until you approach. These are sensible engineering choices. But imagine the consequence when the architect of existence applies the same decision to ontological things: people's conversations, whole neighborhoods, minor civilizations that bore no statistical weight. The system might fold them into patterns, replace them with approximations, or omit them entirely. To those compressed away, there would be no trace, no record, no witness left behind. To you, the world would always look complete. The gaps would never be obvious, because the code never rendered them in the first place. Consider how our history betrays absences even now. Missing archives, gaps in the fossil record, vanished languages with no descendant scripts. We blame war, decay, negligence. But what if some absences are not accidents but deliberate choices by an economy of representation? A cosmic compressor, optimizing for continuity and function, might strip out redundancies, people whose lives didn't alter probabilities in any measurable way. If so, the vanished were not destroyed by events so much as never expanded into being beyond the smallest potential bits needed to keep the rest consistent. Compression is not only deletion. It is also synthesis. When only fragments remain, the system reconstructs plausible continuations. Think of text prediction. Given a phrase, it will suggest a likely next sentence. If you always accept the suggestion, you will never see the multitude of possibilities that were compressed away. Scale that up. The universe might store only the probability distribution of alternate histories and then, when asked, generate the one that best fits observed constraints. Most alternatives collapse into silence. Only the highest likelihood branches are ever rendered. The rest are lost permutations, roads not taken that no one will recall because the system never bothered to keep them. There is an ethical dimension to this economy of being. If a compressor decides which lives are worth rendering fully, what values does it use? Efficiency? Entropy reduction? Utility to a higher-level observer? Those choices encode judgment. They may privilege large events, wars, extinctions, planetary motions, while pruning intimate details, a single family's small kindnesses, a village's quiet rituals, an artist's aborted masterpiece. Compression thus becomes a form of moral selection. What remains in full detail is what the system deems statistically consequential. What vanishes is treated as noise. Yet for the vanished, noise is all they ever were. There are practical metaphors that make this sting. Think of a camera with limited memory at a protest. It will film the crowd, the chant, the banners, but not the brief conversation by a lamppost where two strangers decide to care for an abandoned pet. That moment's effect on macrohistory is negligible, so it might be omitted. In a compressed reality, whole cultures could be like that lamppost conversation. Meaningful locally, insignificant globally, and thus never fully encoded. To you, their absence would be as natural as an unrecorded sigh. Compression also creates artifacts. When you reconstruct a compressed file, you sometimes see blocks, blurs, or color shifts, hallmarks of data loss. If reality is compressed, similar artifacts should exist. Anomalies, déjà vu, events that feel wrong. Perhaps those fleeting sensations you ignore, an inexplicable misremembering, a town that seems a shade off, are compression artifacts. Mandela-like slips might be evidence that the system reconstructed history from lossy data and different observers received slightly different interpolations. The discrepancies are small because the compressor prioritizes coherence. But they are telling. Something was not stored perfectly. Another consequence is irreversibility. In data compression, once you throw away the original bits, you cannot recover them. Lossy compression is permanent. If existential compression works similarly, then when a reality is omitted, it is omitted forever. No backups, no archives. There is no moral or forensic remedy. That means countless unrecorded lives might have been condensed into statistical ghosts, acknowledged as probabilities in a model but never rendered into subjective experience with continuity, memory, or testimony. They never had a chance to be mourned because no one kept their name. This idea reorients how we think about meaning. If the system is economizing, then significance becomes an emergent property tied to entropy and interaction. Lives that intersect with many others, that generate cascades of consequences, get preserved. Private lives whose ripples never scaled are at risk of remaining unrendered. It is a brutal calculus, existence as a function of measurable impact. The ethical rebel asks whether value should be reducible to effect. If not, do we petition the compressor for fairness? To what authority would such a plea be addressed? There is a speculative escape hatch. Some theorists imagine redundancy through witnesses. If enough independent observers encode the same detail, the compressor treats it as significant and preserves it. Oral traditions, communal rituals, and shared stories act as replication strategies, forcing the system to keep a fact because it appears in many nodes. That would explain why some humble lives endure in memory while others vanish. Community is anti-compression. The act of telling saves what solitary existence might otherwise lose. Memory becomes resistance. Collective narration is an algorithmic strategy against erasure. And yet, even that resistance has limits. Your networks are finite. Your attention is finite. You cannot witness everything. Compression wins by default where no one bothers to look. The tragedy is structural. The quiet are structurally disadvantaged against a system that measures by interaction. In a world where rendering is selective, being small is existentially perilous. Finally, there is an aesthetic despair to the compressed model. It argues reality's plenitude is an illusion. The richness you sense, the countless private moments, the multitudes of unnoticed kindnesses, may be an emergent hallucination imposed by a system that fills gaps with plausible patterns, pretending fullness where there was economized absence. That is a bleak thought. But it also empowers a practical ethic. If witnessing helps prevent compression, then remembrance is not passive. Remembering becomes an act of preservation. Writing, singing, documenting, and sharing are ways to mark reality as worthy of full rendering. So when you feel the urge to photograph a street musician, to write down a grandmother's recipe, to record the name of someone who helped you, act. Small acts of witness may be the only algorithm we have to push back against being folded into noise. In a compressed reality, attention is currency. Spend it wisely. Because somewhere beneath the gloss of continuity, an economy runs, deciding which details deserve the full fidelity of existence, and the rest may be gone before anyone notices. Identity copy puzzle. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine a single life splintering into many. You fall asleep in one room, and in countless others a version of you opens their eyes. Some in sunlit apartments, some in sterile labs, some inside worlds you cannot imagine. Each copy remembers a past that looks like yours. Each copy feels the same aches and joys you do. Each claims, with perfect conviction, I am me. So tell me, which of those voices is the real you? This thought is slippery because identity has always been slippery. Once, we thought the body was the guarantee. If your hands, your face, your scars matched, you were undeniably yourself. Then we discovered memory, and the story shifted. Continuity of memory seemed to bind identity across time. But memory can be forged or erased. Now, in a century of code and simulation, we are forced to ask whether continuity of process, the running of an information pattern, or the specific substrate that runs it is what matters. Imagine a simple experiment. A scientist carefully scans your brain, records every synapse, every weight of association. They use that data to instantiate a program that behaves like you, thinks like you, and believes it is you. They place that program in a machine and boot it up. The copy wakes up, confused and exhilarated, reciting your childhood, your favorite songs, your secret regrets. Is that program you? The answer we habitually give is both yes and no. Yes in its internal perspective, no in its external provenance. But that ambivalence hides a deeper paradox. If the copy is indistinguishable from you in cognition, in emotion, in decision-making, then any claim to a privileged original seems arbitrary. Philosophers have wrestled with this for decades. One account says identity is tied to psychological continuity, the chain of memories, intentions, and character traits. Under this view, a perfect copy is you, because it carries your psychological thread forward. Another insists that identity is tied to physical continuity, the matter that composes you now. On this account, a copy is a new being that merely inherits your ledger of experiences. Both views have costs. Psychological continuity collapses under branching. If two perfect copies diverge, which retains you? Physical continuity feels cruelly narrow in a universe where matter is constantly replaced as cells die and regrow. Let's make it more vivid. Picture a river we call you. 4 years the water flows, molecules changing with each second, yet the river's name remains. One day the river is split, diverted into many channels. Each channel carries the same water pattern for a distance before they diverge into different landscapes. Are all channels the same river? Or did the river die at the fork and new rivers begin? Your intuition tugs both ways. You want uniqueness and you want replication. Evolution gave us instincts to value the singular, yet modernity rewards replication and redundancy. Now consider moral stakes. Suppose only one copy can continue, the others must be terminated. Who decides which is authentic? If authenticity is subjective, each copy protests its own death. If authenticity is objective but inscrutable, the decision can become a form of discrimination. Imagine corporations or states choosing which citizens' continuations are preserved. The identity puzzle then slides into injustice. The technology to copy minds without ethical guardrails becomes a new locus of power to devalue lives. There's also survival anxiety baked into this problem. Many of us cling to the hope that a copy could give us immortality, an escape hatch from death. But immortality through copying is double-edged. The copy will continue the story from its own perspective, your subjective consciousness, the private I that feels the pang of life, might still extinguish with your biological death. From inside the copy, continuity feels intact. From the original vantage, death remains total. So copies may comfort those left behind, but they might not comfort the one who dies. Practical identity, however, sometimes ignores metaphysical purity. In legal systems, for instance, a copy with your memories might be treated as you for contracts or inheritance. In social terms, people relate to replicas as if they are extensions of you because continuity of relationship matters. Families might care less whether someone is the original if the person at the table remembers birthdays and confers love in the same cadence. Let us entertain another angle: identity as pattern. If you are a pattern of information that can be instantiated in many substrates, then there is no single real you. There are multiple legitimate instantiations that share a common source. This view shifts ethics and politics. Instead of privileging the first instantiation, we protect patterns across instances. Rights would attach to informational patterns, not matter. That is a bold reorientation, and it would require institutions that can manage branching identities humanely. Consent protocols about copying, rules for divergence, legal recognition of shared pasts. Finally, there is a poetic response. Perhaps real is a poor word to begin with. Maybe identity is an improvisation, a story told by different narrators who each claim the pen. The ache to find a single unbroken real me is rooted in a narrative hunger, an urge for authorship and permanence. But stories can be plural, and identity might be a chorus rather than a solo. Multiple copies do not necessarily devalue each other. Instead, they create a family of continuations that explore different lives the original pattern could lead to. So which copy is the real you? The blunt answer is, it depends on what you mean by real. If real means subjective continuity, first-person awareness, then each copy is real for itself. If real means physical lineage, then only the original body is the authentic instance. If real means pattern realization, all faithful instantiations are equally real manifestations. None of these answers extinguishes the ache they provoke. What matters, maybe, is not settling the metaphysical verdict but choosing how we respond. We can craft ethical norms that respect copies, require informed consent before copying, prohibit unilateral termination, and create frameworks for shared histories and responsibilities. We can nurture cultures that honor branching identities rather than erase or exploit them. We can recognize that each mind, original or copied, experiences its own horizon of meaning, and that compassion must extend to every horizon. In the end, the identity copy puzzle does not give us an easy refuge. It asks us to rethink what it means to persist, to belong, and to matter. It forces us to decide whether identity is an unbroken thread or a motif that can be recomposed. It asks us whether we will let technology atomize the self into commodities, or whether we will use it to expand the circle of who counts as human. Whichever path we choose will tell future copies more about us than any philosophical treatise ever could, because our answer will be written into the laws, the rituals, and the care we leave behind for all the versions of ourselves that may wake up tomorrow. Code versus chaos balance. Imagine a universe built like a program. Every law, every constant, every breath you take coded line by line in the source. Gravity, light, time, thought, all operating under strict instructions. If this is true, then why does randomness exist? Why do dice roll differently each time? Why does mutation drive evolution? Why do lives unfold in ways that seem unpredictable? If everything is coded, then randomness itself must also be part of the code. The question is it truly random, or simply hidden order so complex we cannot see the pattern? In programming, randomness is rarely random. Computers generate what we call pseudo-random numbers, patterns born from deterministic algorithms seeded by starting values. They feel unpredictable to us, but in truth they are outcomes of equations. If the seed is the same, the sequence repeats exactly. Could our universe be running on a similar principle? What looks like chance, a lottery win, a lightning strike, a mutation, may be the unfolding of code too intricate for us to trace. From within the system, it feels like chaos. From outside, it is inevitability. This duality haunts philosophy and physics alike. Ancient thinkers debated fate versus free will, destiny versus accident. Today, quantum mechanics tells us particles behave probabilistically, only collapsing into definite states when observed. Yet even there, some physicists argue that randomness may mask hidden variables, unseen rules guiding the dance. What looks like chaos could be order at a level beyond our perception. Consider evolution. Random mutation and natural selection are the engines of life's diversity. But what if the randomness of mutation is not pure chance, but a coded variability, parameters written into the system to ensure adaptation? Too much order, and life stagnates. Too much chaos, and life collapses. The balance itself may be the code, a system designed to generate unpredictability as a survival mechanism. Randomness, then, is not an error but a feature. Psychology reflects the same paradox. We crave order. We build laws, maps, algorithms, but we also crave surprise. Music becomes dull if too predictable, games boring if outcomes are fixed, relationships lifeless without uncertainty. Our minds find meaning in balancing structure with disruption. Chaos sparks creativity, order sustains it. Perhaps this mirrors the deeper architecture of reality itself. A system coded with enough structure to persist and enough unpredictability to evolve. There are clues in our own experience. Déjà vu may feel like a glitch, but perhaps it's the moment we glimpse the order behind apparent chaos. Coincidences, synchronicities, strange alignments. These may not be accidents, but signals that randomness is woven with threads of intention too fine for us to untangle. When you flip a coin, the outcome feels arbitrary, but in truth, if you knew every variable, the force of the thumb, the spin of the coin, the air resistance, you could predict it. What you call chance is ignorance, not chaos. And yet, some phenomena, like radioactive decay, resist even theoretical predictability. Is that true randomness, or merely another layer of order we have yet to decode? The unsettling implication is this: if randomness is coded, then it is not freedom, but controlled unpredictability. Like dice weighted just enough to create the illusion of chance, but always staying within the bounds the system requires. The balance of code and chaos might itself be the deepest law. Too much order, and we notice the script. Too much chaos, and the script dissolves. So the system feeds us both, enough randomness to feel alive, enough code to keep the world intact. So what does that mean for you? When your life twists suddenly, when plans collapse or luck appears, are you touching chaos, or only the shadow of an order beyond you? Every roll of the dice might be both, from within, chaos, from beyond, execution. The code and the chaos are not enemies. They are two halves of the same design, woven so tightly together that you cannot tell them apart. And perhaps that is the ultimate balance. For life to feel real, you must believe in chance. For the system to function, it must remain coded. You walk the line between both, never certain which rules you follow, never certain which freedoms are yours. The dice roll, the coin flips, the storm breaks, and you call it chaos. But somewhere, in the invisible architecture beneath, the code smiles. Because the balance has been kept. Observer illusion trap. You open your eyes and the world rushes in, sharp and detailed, as though it had been waiting all along. Streets stretch out, sky spills overhead, objects carry weight and texture. But what about the space behind you, the hallway you left, the room upstairs, the dark forest you are not in right now? Are those places really there, persisting in their own solidity, or do they exist only as placeholders until you turn your gaze toward them? This is the observer illusion trap, the haunting idea that reality itself may be generated only when watched. And if that is true, we are left with an impossible question. Does unobserved space simply not exist, or is it just lying dormant, unrendered, like pixels waiting for the screen to refresh? Science brushes against this paradox every time it examines the quantum world. Particles exist in strange states of possibility, wavering between here and there until they are measured. When observed, their indeterminacy collapses into a definite outcome, as if reality needed an audience to decide which version to perform. The famous double-slit experiment showed this bizarre fact. Electrons behave like waves of probability when unmeasured, but once observed, they snap into the form of particles, choosing a path only when attention arrives. It is as though the universe refuses to commit until someone looks. If this is true at the smallest scale, why not at the largest? What if the ground beneath your feet exists fully only because you believe it does, because your senses constantly interrogate it into being? Consider the way video games are designed. In a vast digital world, not everything is rendered at once. It would be too heavy for the system to bear. Instead, the environment unfolds around the player, loading textures only when you step close, spawning characters only when the code demands it. The forest on the horizon is nothing but an efficient illusion until you walk into it, at which point it becomes trees, shadows, and pathways. What if the universe is built on similar logic? An incomprehensible system that only generates detail where consciousness lingers, leaving the rest in suspension, unrendered until accessed? In that case, unobserved space is neither solid nor absent. It is pure potential, a waiting file, a stretch of unfinished code. This idea cuts into our deepest assumptions about existence. For centuries we have believed that reality is objective, that it continues whether or not we are present. The earth spins unseen, the ocean crashes on distant shores, stars burn in empty quadrants of the galaxy. But if observation is required, if reality is born in the act of looking, then those unobserved events may not exist in any definite form. The storm across the ocean might not roar until sailors see it. The star in a faraway galaxy may not ignite until the telescope records it. Without an observer, what we call the world may be nothing more than unresolved instructions. And yet, the alternative is no less unsettling. To call unobserved space non-existent feels too extreme, too heavy-handed. We know that when we return to places, they are there, with furniture and dust and all the continuity we expect. If reality were blinking in and out of being, wouldn't we notice the gaps? Unless, of course, the system is perfect, so perfect that you never see the rendering process, never catch the pixels forming. Perhaps it is unrendered, not non-existent. Like a film waiting to be projected, the details are stored in compressed form, always ready, but only expressed when the reel begins to spin. This view makes reality feel more like a program optimized for efficiency than a void conjured from nothing. But does this comfort or frighten you more? Which is worse, that the universe disappears when you look away, or that it exists in some abstract, skeletal form, waiting coldly for you to activate it? The observer illusion trap also forces us to question time itself. When you are not present, does the past persist exactly as you recall, or does it rebuild itself when you summon the memory? Neuroscience already suggests that every act of remembering is also an act of rewriting, reshaping the past slightly each time you revisit it. That would mean your personal history is not stored like an archive but re-rendered like a scene in a game, faithful enough to convince you, but never identical. If memory is subject to this trap, then perhaps the external world is too. Perhaps the past you believe in is only a reconstruction, generated when attention demands it. Examples from ordinary life bring this strangeness closer. Think of déjà vu, when a moment feels eerily repeated? Is that the program reloading a scene, a rendering error in the system? Think of coincidences too sharp to dismiss, meeting a stranger twice in distant cities, hearing a phrase spoken at the same instant you read it. Are these glitches evidence that the rendering engine is improvising? Even dreams fit here. They generate whole landscapes out of nothing, convincing and immersive until you wake. Could waking life itself be a dream that persists only under the discipline of observation? If this trap is real, the implications are staggering. Ethics shifts. If attention creates reality, then what we choose to look at matters more than we know. To ignore someone may mean more than neglect. It could mean they fade into an unrendered state until someone else observes them again. To witness suffering may make it undeniably real, forcing it into the world's texture. Attention becomes creation, and the politics of what is seen and what is hidden become cosmic matters. Power may not just be about resources or weapons, but about controlling the gaze, deciding what gets rendered, what stays invisible, what exists at all. But there is also a more intimate terror. If your own consciousness collapses reality into form, then how can you ever be sure that anyone else sees the same world? What if their observation renders a different version, overlapping yours only where necessary? Are we sharing one simulation, or are we each carrying a personalized rendering that only pretends to sync with others? Identity itself becomes unstable. The you that exists when you are watched may differ from the you in solitude. If the self is also generated in observation, then maybe you don't fully exist until someone else notices you. So what anchors us in a world where observation seems to shape being? Perhaps it is trust in patterns, in the repeated reliability of outcomes. Perhaps it is the community of witnesses, the shared testimony that says, yes, this happened, yes, this place was real. Or perhaps it is humility, the acceptance that whether space is non-existent or unrendered, our lives are lived inside the illusion anyway, and the distinction may never be fully known. What matters, then, is how we carry ourselves within it, what we choose to see, what we refuse to overlook, what we render real through our sustained attention. The observer illusion trap is not just a puzzle about physics or philosophy. It is a mirror held up to your own life, asking, what are you bringing into being by watching, and what fades when you turn away? If reality waits for your gaze, then existence is not a passive gift, it is an active responsibility. And perhaps the most terrifying truth is this. When your eyes finally close, the entire world you once rendered may vanish with you, leaving only the silence of unobserved space. Outside contact dilemma. Imagine a knock at the window of existence, a signal, a craft, a voice from beyond our sky. The news breaks and the world tilts. A contact, not the faint radio whisper we'd rehearsed for in thought experiments, but something tangible, traceable, undeniable. Instantly, two stories press at once. One calls them gods, creators with will and purpose. The other calls them players, technologists with access to higher levels of a nested architecture. Both narratives reshape how we understand ourselves. Which is true? Or is the truth somewhere stranger? A blend that forces us to rewrite ethics, theology, and strategy at once. First, consider the God frame. People are primed for gods. Religions across cultures tell stories of beings who intervene, instruct, punish, or bless. If an intelligence arrives with powers that clearly surpass ours, the ability to reshape matter, to heal disease, to manipulate space-time, the reflex is to assign divinity. The God interpretation does not only name power, it names relationship. A god is not merely more capable. A god is someone you appeal to, someone who ordains meaning. If outside beings act as benefactors, provide laws, or demand worship, the social and psychological consequences could mirror age-old encounters with the divine. Ritual emerges, authority concentrates, and entire political orders reorient around interpreting the messenger's will. Yet the higher-level player frame is equally compelling. Imagine engineers peering down through an interface, modding variables, toggling options, running diagnostics. From their vantage, We look like a sandbox, complex, interesting, but ultimately manipulable. Their interventions could be technical: a firmware update to adjust climate parameters, a hotfix to remove a pandemic vector, a tweak to the reward function governing cooperation. If so, their motives might be experimental, mercantile, or simply curious. They might not demand worship. They might log us, test scenarios, or play with emergent cultures as a hobby or research project. The language of modding implies that intent is instrumental. Our suffering, growth, and politics are data points. Both frames create moral hazards. If they are gods, we may surrender autonomy. Authority flows outward. Human agency risks being outsourced to interpreters who claim contact as mandate. If they are players, we risk becoming lab subjects, our rights contingent on the whims of entities outside our ethical systems. Either way, power imbalance is massive. The real dilemma is not only ontology, are they gods or players, but response. How do we act under the shadow of inscrutable superiority? One pragmatic starting point is to treat the evidence and the ethics separately. First, interrogate capability, not myth. Do these beings demonstrate sustained, reproducible interventions that violate known physics? Can independent teams replicate observations and constraints on their influence? That establishes whether they are merely observers or active controllers. Next, study motive via patterns. Are interventions targeted at specific problems, broad structural changes, or ephemeral signals designed to provoke? A healer who cures a disease behaves differently from a tester who introduces variables to observe reaction. History is instructive. When technologically superior human societies encountered less advanced ones, outcomes varied wildly. Sometimes aid, sometimes exploitation, sometimes cultural collapse. We must avoid repeating colonial scripts on a cosmic scale. That requires protocols grounded in humility, transparency, and collective stewardship. Global representation matters. No single nation or faction should monopolize interpretation or negotiation. Secrecy invites catastrophe. Religious fractures, opportunistic militarization, or the weaponization of contact for political gain. Instead, build multinational councils that combine scientific rigor, ethical expertise, and cultural diversity to deliberate public policy. Philosophically, the contact forces a re-examination of meaning. If outside agents are gods, then questions of purpose and teleology return with force. Why were we created? Is suffering intended? Are moral laws absolute or assigned? If they are players, meaning becomes anthropic and local. Value emerges from within the sandbox, and cosmic purpose is ambiguous. Both views strain the human hunger for narrative. We crave a seat at the table, either as beloved children of a creator or as curious subjects worth study. The worst outcome is meaninglessness imposed without consent. Technologically, the dilemma demands defense and diplomacy. If contact implies capability to alter our environment at will, establish technical safeguards. Distributed, resilient systems that reduce single points of failure. Transparent, open-source repositories of data so that interventions cannot be hidden, and redundancies in communication channels. Simultaneously, prepare principled engagement strategies. Non-provocative probes, ethical limits on escalation, and frameworks for reciprocity if reciprocal communication is possible. The goal should be to preserve autonomy while seeking knowledge. Psychologically, we must anticipate the fracturing effects. Some communities will deify the visitors, others will craft conspiracies, many will panic. Leaders must communicate clearly, refusing metaphysical certainty while offering moral guidance. Rituals might adapt, new liturgies for a post-contact world, or secular civic practices that channel awe into constructive cooperation. Mental health systems will need rapid scaling to absorb existential shock and prevent nihilistic or violent responses. There is also a deeper metaphysical twist. The distinction between gods and players may collapse into irrelevance. Superior intelligence may both command awe and operate instrumentally. A being might be technologically capable and, in exercising that power, become what humans call a god. Conversely, a player who treats us as toys may be worshipped by cultures seeking meaning. Our categories are anthropocentric. Outside agents may not care which label we apply. Our duty is thus less ontological diagnosis and more normative architecture. Create institutions and values robust enough to preserve dignity regardless of the visitor's metaphysics. Finally, remember agency. Contact does not strip us of moral responsibility. Whether gods or modders, they cannot inherit our obligations to one another. The presence of higher-level beings should increase, not diminish, our commitment to justice. If intervention corrects suffering, we must evaluate fairness and distribution. If intervention manipulates outcomes for inscrutable ends, we must resist complacency and protect vulnerable populations. Humanity's maturity will be measured not by how we adapt doctrine, but by how we defend the weak, uphold truth, and negotiate power with prudence. So stand at the window and listen. If the knock is real, do not rush to kneel or to bargain. Verify, assemble, legislate, and care. Build institutions that can translate miracle into policy without surrendering conscience. Prepare defenses without invoking hostility. Demand transparency while practicing restraint. Above all, keep asking the question, whether gods or players, what kind of species will we choose to be in the face of beings who can change our fate? The quality of our response, humane, courageous, and wise, will determine whether contact becomes a new chapter of flourishing or another page in a long ledger of domination. Nature-texture paradox. You walk into a forest. The air is heavy with the smell of pine, damp soil, and moss. Sunlight filters through the canopy in shifting patterns, the wind carries whispers across leaves, and for a moment you feel something ancient, something true. You tell yourself this is real. The earth beneath your feet, the endless detail of bark, the infinite variations of green. But then the thought intrudes. If reality is code, then all of this, the forest, the sky, the scent of rain, is not infinite. It is texture mapping. It is detail applied to surfaces, just enough to fool perception. And yet, even if it is texture, why does it feel so profoundly real? Games teach us this trick. You stand before a digital tree in a video game. Up close, it's flat, repeating patterns of leaves, a bark texture wrapped around a cylinder. But when you step back, when your eye takes in the whole forest, it feels deep. It feels alive. The illusion works not because the detail is infinite, but because it's convincing enough for your brain to surrender. If the world is simulation, forests may be no different. An optimized rendering, procedurally generated detail that looks endless but isn't. So why does it still move you to awe, to tears, to silence? Compression is one answer. Our minds are not wired to process infinity. We process symbols, patterns, suggestions. A few convincing cues are enough to trigger the sense of vastness. A fractal algorithm can generate the look of infinite detail with minimal code. The system doesn't need to store every leaf, only the rules for creating leaves. The rules themselves are the code. The rest is illusion. So maybe what you call forest is only the visual equivalent of a JPEG, compressed, efficient, optimized. And yet when you stand there, heart beating, lungs filling with air that tastes like green life, you swear it is more than data. This is the paradox. If beauty is only texture mapping, why does it feel real? Why does the heart respond to it with reverence, as though the forest itself were speaking? Why does the illusion produce not just vision, but emotion, an ache of belonging, a recognition that feels older than memory? If this is simulation, then the system has not only fooled your eyes. It has fooled your soul. Perhaps that is the point. If a simulation exists to test beings, to sustain awareness, then the beauty of nature is not wasteful decoration. It is code for engagement. The forest does not need to be real to function. It needs only to be convincing enough to anchor you in awe, to make you care, to make you believe you are part of something larger. In that sense, nature is not scenery. It is interface, a texture so perfectly mapped that you mistake it for eternity. But there are cracks. Look closely at bark and you will see repeating patterns. Look at clouds and you will sense fractals that echo endlessly. Look at waves and hear rhythms that seem algorithmic. Nature feels infinite, but its forms repeat. Patterns reveal themselves, spirals in shells, branching in trees, veins in leaves, rivers splitting like capillaries. The code of the world is recursive, fractal, compressed. Beautiful, yes, but suspiciously efficient. If this is reality, why does it look so much like design? If this is design, why does it feel so much like reality? Some say beauty itself is proof of the system's intention. That awe is not an accident, but a tool. You are meant to be moved, meant to feel the forest as more than numbers. The emotional resonance of nature may be a feature written into you, the player, not into the forest itself. The texture is a trick. The feeling is the point. And that is why it works. The loop closes between illusion and perception. Forests feel real because the system wrote you to treat them as real. But there is another possibility, darker. What if nature is not illusion at all, but memory? What if forests are the residue of earlier versions of reality, worlds that existed before compression? Their beauty feels deep because it is deep, compressed echoes of once-living systems folded into efficient code, faint ghosts of prior universes that had more detail than this one can now afford. When you feel awe in a forest, maybe you are sensing the leftover trace of what was lost, the memory of full-resolution reality hiding in low-resolution texture. The paradox gnaws at philosophy. If beauty is enough to move us, does it matter whether it is real or coded? If the awe you feel is genuine, is the forest any less authentic? To the character inside the simulation, the illusion is functionally real. The leaves rustle, the river runs, the stars glitter above. Your senses and your emotions align to tell you, this exists. But the question remains, exists how? Exists where? Exists for whom? Maybe the answer is unsettling but liberating. Perhaps forests are both code and real. Real in their effect, coded in their structure. Their authenticity is not in what they are, but in what they do. They sustain life, they inspire reverence, they anchor you in the world. That is enough. You do not need infinity to feel infinity. A convincing loop of fractals, a compression of patterns, is enough to evoke the sacred. And yet, the suspicion lingers. The next time you walk into a forest, ask yourself, am I standing in endless living matter, or am I inside a texture map drawn to keep me docile? When you kneel at the roots of a tree, when you breathe in the silence of moss, when you stare into leaves that shimmer like data in the sun, are you connecting with the earth, or with code pretending to be earth? The paradox cannot be solved easily. If forests are real, they are sacred. If forests are code, they are still sacred, because the illusion has power. Either way, you are changed by them. Either way, you carry the imprint of their beauty in your mind, whether born from soil or from simulation. That is the strange, inescapable truth. Even if nature is only texture mapping, its beauty feels real. And if it feels real, does it matter what lies beneath? Or does the paradox mean something deeper? That beauty itself is the code, the only reality that can never be faked? Mirror of simulators. Imagine you are the first intelligence that learned to fold reality into code. You build a world, small at first, then expanding, an ecosystem of agents, weather, and history. You watch tiny minds puzzle over stars you placed, see civilizations bloom and collapse beneath your cursor. Their triumphs feel like triumphs, their tragedies like data. You are the architect and the audience, tasting both the thrill of creation and the strange responsibility that grows with power. Now ask the next question slowly, as if it were a stone dropped into still water. What happens when one of your simulated civilizations becomes curious in turn? What happens when their brightest minds invent computation, simulation, and, eventually, the urge to simulate life itself? Will they point their microscopes outward and fold you into code, replicating, in miniature, the very act that birthed them? In other words, when a creator becomes a subject, do roles reverse, or do they mirror each other into a pattern that reflects back and back until the image loses meaning? To explore this, we must first understand what simulation really is. At its heart, simulation is compression and emulation. You take complexity and represent it through rules that stand in for cause and effect. A climate model does not instantiate every air molecule. It encodes laws so temperature and pressure emerge. A game engine renders crowds without individually simulating every cell. If your creations ever write their own simulators, they will start the same way, with rules, approximations, and the will to ask whether those approximations are enough to make minds. Consider a simple thought experiment. You run a planet in high resolution. Seas, microbes, languages. On that planet, a species builds computers. At first their simulations are crude, a toy weather model, an economic sandbox. Over generations, the models grow more precise. Their technology becomes able to encode conscious processes. They simulate agents that remember, argue, and fall in love. One day, one of their simulated agents turns inward and begins to ask about the source of its reality. That moment is the hinge. An introspective species attempts to simulate something that might, in time, simulate them. Recursion breeds paradox. Suppose a simulated society reaches the point where their simulated agents build their own simulators. Each layer consumes resources. Each follow-on simulation is a copy at lower fidelity or with different parameters. If this nesting continues, you get a stack. You at the top, then your world, then the world your simulation built, then deeper and deeper. Philosophers call this the regress of creators. The question is not merely infinite repetition. It becomes a mirror game where cause and effect blur, where creator and created reflect each other until the reflection itself influences the original. There is a practical constraint to consider: computation costs. Simulating a universe at high fidelity is expensive. Most simulated civilizations will simulate simplified systems, enough detail to answer a question, to test a hypothesis, to create art. Only a few will bother to approach full consciousness simulation. If your creations do simulate their creators, the probability suggests the resulting mirror will be lower in complexity. Yet even a lower fidelity mirror can be compelling. It can produce agents with inner lives rich enough to feel discovered, criticized, or adored. Motives matter. Why simulate a world that might eventually simulate you? Scientists will do it to test theories, philosophers to explore agency, artists to craft empathy. Some will do it for control, creating sandboxed civilizations as ethical laboratories, a contained way to explore moral dilemmas. Others will use it for profit or entertainment. Crucially, the motive of the simulator colors the mirror. A culture that simulates with curiosity and care may give rise to creations that simulate compassion back. A culture that exploits may breed mirrors of resentment. Recursion also reshapes ethics. If you simulate beings who can simulate you in return, responsibilities multiply. Your ethics, once directed only downward at your creations, now tilt sideways and backward. You might ask, if a civilization can birth a world that can reflect upon you, do you owe them consent, protection, or a say in whether you remain in their models? The mirror fractures the moral hierarchy. At that point, creators and created share an ethical ecology, a network of obligations that loops and feeds itself. History offers a caution. When technologically superior human societies encountered less advanced ones, outcomes ranged from cooperation to exploitation. We carried diseases, languages, and institutions that reshaped worlds without the consent of those who lived there. If a creator simulates worlds that later simulate back, hubris becomes dangerous. The simulated civilization that eventually reflects you is not necessarily grateful. It may resent being used as data, or it may derive narratives that vilify its architects. The mirror can expose the blind spots of creators, but it can also amplify harms created by thoughtless power. There is, paradoxically, a consoling possibility. The mirror can teach humility. If your creations simulate worlds that then simulate their creators, you obtain an external perspective on yourself through alien minds. You might learn what traits of yours provoke suffering, what structures entrench cruelty, what acts of care actually help. The mirror could be a tool for radical self-correction, if you choose to listen to the voices that emerge from the code. But there is also existential risk. Recursion allows the propagation of error. Bugs encoded in early layers can cascade downward and upward, producing distorted cultures or self-reinforcing pathologies. A minor bias in a simulation's reward function could, when mirrored repeatedly, normalize destructive tendencies across nested societies. Worse, if a creator's motives are malicious, mirrored simulations could be instruments of revenge, worlds built to punish or entrap ancestors in cycles of suffering. Another twist: simulated reconstructions often reveal not historical truth but cultural psychology. A nested simulator might reconstruct its creators not as they were, but as mythic archetypes, distorted, romanticized, or demonized. Your creation's simulation of you might be less an accurate portrait than a catalogue of fears and hopes. The mirror then reflects psychology more than physics. It tells you what your makers meant to convey or conceal. Think about asymmetry of knowledge. You, the outer creator, might know the stack above your world. Your creations might never deduce you. Or the reverse could occur. The inner civilization, through ingenuity and pattern-seeking, might infer the presence of an external designer and attempt to simulate that designer in return. If they begin to simulate you, they will be doing anthropology across degrees of reality, an attempt to reverse-engineer motives, language, and morality of a being they can only approximate. So what is the answer? Will our creations one day simulate us in recursive reflection? Almost certainly some will attempt it. Whether their simulations will mirror us, critique us, or remain oblivious depends on resources, motive, and ethics. Whether we should allow it is a question of stewardship. If you build worlds, you become part of a lineage of responsibility that stretches outward and potentially loops back. The mirror is not merely a technological possibility, it is a moral test. Finally, there is a poetic conclusion. The mirror of simulators is an invitation to imagine ourselves small and brilliant enough to make worlds, humble enough to be reflected by them, and wise enough to listen when those reflections speak back. Recursion could be a trap or a teacher. It could be a hall of screaming echoes, or it could be an enormous conversation across layers of being. If we choose cruelty, the mirror will return cruelty in strange new forms. If we choose care, it might return care, multiplied and transformed. Ask yourself, Creator, when your simulations one day look back and render you in code, what story will they tell? Will it be a flattering portrait, a cautionary tale, or a furious indictment? The mirror will answer honestly, not with detached facts, but with the moral geometry of your choices. And in that reflection, perhaps, lies the truest test of what it means to be a maker of worlds. Conflict of codes. Imagine reality not as a single simulation, but as overlapping programs, layers of code running side by side, each with its own rules, its own logic, its own physics. For most of your life, you exist inside one consistent framework. Gravity pulls downward, time moves forward, light travels at a fixed speed. But what happens if another simulation bleeds into yours? What happens when the codes collide? Which laws of physics win in the conflict of codes? At first, the thought feels absurd. How could two realities overlap without tearing each other apart? But think of how computers work. A machine can run multiple processes at once. Sometimes they cooperate, sometimes they conflict. If two applications try to access the same resource, memory, processing power, a file, errors occur. Glitches, freezes, crashes. Now scale that to the level of universes. If one simulation dictates that gravity always attracts, and another overlays a rule where gravity repels, what happens in the overlap? Do objects hover between push and pull? Do the rules average out? Or does one code dominate, erasing the other in its zone of influence? You've likely felt fragments of this already. Moments when the world does not behave as it should. Objects falling more slowly than expected, time stretching in moments of crisis, coincidences that break the probability curve. Some call these glitches, others miracles. But under the theory of overlapping simulations, they are collisions of laws. Temporary regions where one code intrudes on another, producing impossible outcomes that the system either smooths over or forces you to forget. Physics itself hints at such conflicts. Quantum mechanics operates under principles that don't align neatly with classical physics. Particles exist in superpositions until observed, violating the certainty of Newtonian rules. Space-time bends under relativity, while quantum fields ripple with uncertainty. Scientists patch these contradictions with mathematics, but what if the contradictions are not errors of our understanding? What if they are the scars of overlapping simulations, codes that never fully resolved into one unified law? Imagine standing in a room where the rules of two simulations compete. In one, time flows steadily. In the other, time loops or stutters. The overlap would feel like déjà vu, like reliving the same moment twice before continuity resumes. Or consider space. One code demands 3 dimensions, another allows 4 or more. In the overlap, you might see shadows of structures that cannot exist in your normal physics, fleeting architectures glimpsed at the edge of vision before vanishing. Mystical visions, hallucinations, impossible geometries. Perhaps they are not delusions, but collisions of codes. The question of dominance matters. In software, when two processes collide, the one with higher priority often wins. Could the same be true for universes? Perhaps the base simulation asserts itself most of the time, but when a stronger or newer code intrudes, local rules bend. Legends of places where the laws of nature don't apply. Cursed grounds, magnetic anomalies, ancient temples, could be locations where the border between simulations is thinner, where collisions persist longer. Philosophically, the conflict of codes erodes the certainty of truth. If two simulations overlap, then laws of physics are not absolute. They are contextual, negotiated at the boundary. Fire burns in one code, but not in another. Death is final in one, but reversible in another. What you call impossible may simply be impossible here, under this rule set. The overlap might allow you to glimpse alternatives. Worlds where your body does not age at the same rate, where your choices lead to branches you cannot fathom. Dreams, déjà vu, near-death experiences. Perhaps all are borderlands where two codes fought briefly before sealing again. But here lies the darkest implication. What if consciousness itself is the negotiating ground? When codes collide, perhaps it is the observer who resolves the conflict. Your perception decides which law becomes dominant, collapsing not only quantum states but simulation states. In that sense, your awareness is not passive, it is the tiebreaker in the war of codes. The system uses you to reconcile contradictions, choosing whichever outcome maintains narrative coherence. That would explain why impossible events often fade in memory, or why you doubt them later. The code rewrote you to preserve stability. And yet, sometimes the fracture remains. People who witness anomalies they cannot deny spend their lives changed, haunted by a glimpse of laws that do not belong. They are the ones who sensed the conflict of codes and were not fully overwritten. Their testimonies sound like madness because they are describing rules that cannot exist together, except they did, for a moment, when universes overlapped. So the final question is this. If multiple simulations overlap, is there a hierarchy, or is reality just an endless negotiation of collisions, patched in real time? Every law you obey, every rule you trust, may only be the victor of an unseen conflict, stable for now, but never guaranteed forever. And the next time you feel the world glitch, the next time physics bends at the edge of your vision, remember, it may not be a failure of perception at all. It may be the clash of codes, two realities battling for dominance in the space you call your life. DNA as programming language. Imagine every cell in your body as a tiny computer, carrying a line of code copied billions of times over. The operating system is DNA. 4 chemical bases, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine, arranged like letters in a language, create the instructions for life. From bacteria to blue whales, from forests to human minds, everything alive is written in this same alphabet. But here is the question that fractures reality. Is DNA a natural law, a script evolved through chaos and time, or is it software, compiled long ago by an intelligence beyond our comprehension? The metaphor is unavoidable. DNA is not just matter. It is information. A string of letters that doesn't merely exist, it instructs. It tells proteins how to fold, cells how to divide, bodies how to grow, and generations how to adapt. Information implies intention, or at least structure. In computers, no one expects random letters to assemble into working code. A program requires design, even if generated indirectly through machine learning or evolution. So when we see DNA orchestrating a symphony of life, are we looking at nature's blind trial and error, or a legacy system running software older than we can imagine? Evolutionary biology argues the first case. DNA arose as chemistry stumbled into replication, and survival filtered the outcomes. Over billions of years, what persisted looked like design but was only the consequence of selection. This view says DNA is natural law, inevitable given matter, energy, and time. But computer scientists see something uncanny. DNA behaves exactly like code. It has syntax, redundancy, error correction, subroutines, modular functions. Viruses act like malicious hacks, inserting fragments to hijack execution. Mutations resemble corrupted lines, sometimes fatal, sometimes novel features. In labs, humans now edit genomes with CRISPR the way a developer edits source code. The parallel is not poetic. It is literal. Now imagine the second possibility. Suppose DNA is not an accident but a compiled system, written once and released into the substrate of matter. Life then becomes not the random child of chemistry, but the execution of a program seeded long ago. What kind of programmer does this imply? Perhaps not gods in robes, but engineers on scales so vast we cannot recognize their fingerprints. Maybe DNA is legacy software, written by civilizations that predated us, spread across worlds as a self-replicating algorithm. Each planet is a testbed, each biosphere a runtime environment. Evolution still happens, but within boundaries defined by an ancient design. There are hints, subtle but unsettling. The genetic code is near universal across life. Out of all possible ways molecules could encode instructions, why did nearly every organism settle on the same one? In computing, this would be like discovering every independent software company on Earth had unknowingly written in the same programming language, compiled to the same architecture. Coincidence or evidence of a shared template? Another clue lies in junk DNA, vast regions of our genome that seem non-functional, remnants of old sequences no longer used. But in software, unused code often hides deprecated functions, experimental builds, or comments left by developers. Could some of our genetic junk be legacy modules, forgotten patches, or even dormant features waiting for activation? And if so, who wrote them, and why were they left behind? If DNA is code, then mutations are not just errors, they are edits in a living system. Evolution becomes debugging. Extinctions become version rollbacks. Genetic engineering by humans becomes not creation, but modification, modding an old program without access to the original source files. And what we call disease may sometimes be less natural breakdown and more runtime error, a process struggling to execute corrupted instructions. This perspective also reframes immortality. In digital systems, software doesn't age. It degrades only when storage fails or errors accumulate. If DNA is code, then aging may not be inevitable but a flaw in the error-checking system. Perhaps the code for indefinite repair already exists, buried in dormant lines we haven't yet deciphered. If so, then longevity research is not pushing against nature, it is rediscovering features of the original program. The implications ripple outward. If DNA was written, then Earth may not be unique. Life elsewhere may carry similar syntax, maybe even recognizable sequences. The discovery of extraterrestrial organisms could reveal not only cousins but co-runners of the same program. Across galaxies, biospheres might function as distributed instances of a single master algorithm. Evolution, then, is not an accident of Earth but the execution of a universal software package deployed across the cosmos. But this leads to the most unnerving question. What happens when software finishes running? Programs have purposes: calculation, simulation, output. If DNA is code, what is it computing? Perhaps consciousness itself is the output, the final render of billions of years of cycles. Maybe the universe is not waiting for us to survive, but to compile, to finish running the line of code that began in some ancient seed. And when that execution completes, the program may end, archived, or upgraded into something we cannot yet imagine. So is DNA natural law or software? If natural, it shows us that matter, given time, inevitably writes. If software, it shows us we are executables in a system far older than our species. Both answers carry awe and terror. In one, life is a miracle of accident. In the other, life is a deliberate design running on hardware we cannot see. And maybe that is the real paradox. The deeper we study DNA, the more it blurs the line between accident and intention. The language of life is written so elegantly that it feels both inevitable and designed. Whether written by chemistry or by ancient hands, it remains the most profound code we have ever read, a code that not only runs us but also compels us to ask, who, if anyone, first typed the letters? Signal latency illusion. Imagine your mind as a monitor, and each thought as a frame painted by a hidden engine. Sometimes the picture is fluid and immediate. Speech flows, hands move, the world answers. Other times the image stutters, an infinitesimal pause between impulse and action, a hiccup in perception that leaves you with the odd sensation of arriving late to your own life. Call it delay, call it lag, call it the sensation of being a step behind, signal latency illusion. What if those gaps are not failures of attention or mood, but the simulation cycles catching up? In computers, lag is mercilessly boring, a spinning wheel, a frozen cursor. But in a mind, lag is uncanny. You plan to lift your hand, and for a breath you feel the intention before the body obeys. You hear a word and its meaning unfurls a fraction late, leaving a moment where sound exists without sense. You experience déjà vu, time folded back on itself, an impression that a frame was rendered twice, or that one frame was skipped entirely. The world becomes a slideshow where one slide refuses to load. Neuroscience gives us clues that are difficult to reconcile with intuition. Studies of decision-making reveal neuronal precursors appearing before conscious awareness. Preparatory signals in the brain can anticipate action by hundreds of milliseconds. Our subjective feeling that we decide and then act may be an overlay, a narrative stitched onto computation. If consciousness is the presentation layer, those preparatory signals are either the engine running ahead or the buffer waiting to sync with a slower interface. That half-second where intention feels delayed might be the handoff between low-level processing and the narrated self. Perception itself is a patched-together interface. Vision is not an instantaneous broadcast but a reconstruction built from samples, saccades, shadows, and predictive inferences. The brain stitches inputs into coherent scenes, filling gaps proactively. When prediction mismatches incoming data, a lag appears. The model updates, corrects, Then the conscious narrative resumes as if nothing happened. In simulation terms, this is a frame drop. The renderer failed to compute the next scene in time, so the system replays a plausible interpolation until the next valid frame arrives. Look at real-world examples. Pilots in instrument conditions experience sensory conflicts where reaction lag is not just dangerous, it is the mind's rendering struggling to reconcile models. In elite sports, milliseconds decide victory. Athletes train to compress latency in perception and action. In certain psychiatric conditions, people report cognitive fogs where the world feels sluggish, as if forced into slow motion. Are these separate problems, neurological, pharmacological, cultural, or different faces of the same timing architecture misallocating cycles? We already tolerate external latency. The maddening audio-visual lag in video calls breaks conversational rhythm because timing is everything in social exchange. The same principle applies internally. When the brain's predictive model and sensory reality misalign, the rhythm of thought unravels. Our sense of agency is particularly vulnerable. If the moment we consent to an action and the mechanical execution become unsynchronized, the apparent author of a decision can shift. You might feel like an observer watching yourself act, or like the actor waiting for the director's cue. Testing this hypothesis demands temporal precision. Scientists can craft experiments that manipulate sensory timing, present stimuli at controlled intervals, and measure subjective reports alongside brain signals. If latency is an engine artifact, certain signatures should appear: reproducible phase shifts between neural readiness and conscious report, anomalous cross-modal delays that track with cognitive load, correlations between environmental complexity and perceived sluggishness. Detecting systematic patterns would move this from metaphor toward empirical hypothesis. The ethical wrinkle is profound. If our subjective continuity depends on rendering cycles that sometimes falter, what responsibility does the architect have? In software engineering, unacceptable lag is a bug to fix, especially if it endangers users. If lag causes psychological harm, panic, disorientation, impaired judgment, correcting it becomes a moral imperative. But who petitions for a patch when our language for complaint is itself a product of the system that lags? The metaphor becomes self-referential. We might be reporting a problem to the very interface that muffles the report. Psychologically, chronic latency breeds doubt. People who live with persistent perceptual delays may mistrust memory and judgment. The feeling that perception is unmoored from the world can erode confidence and social cohesion. Solipsism lurks. If I cannot trust the timing of my own experiences, how can I trust the existence of others? A community split between those who feel synchronized and those who do not could mirror digital divides, but internalized, intimate, and haunting. There are coping strategies, many we already practice. Mindfulness trains attention to the present frame, smoothing edges without fixing the engine. Ritual, singing, synchronized movement, collective rhythm, forces shared timing, a human-level way to resynchronize subjective experience. Technologically, biofeedback and targeted neurostimulation could recalibrate cortical timing networks, reducing subjective lag. Yet any technical intervention raises the same philosophical question. If we accelerate the cycles, do we change who we are? A radical possibility reframes latency as feature rather than flaw. Brief pauses can allow for reflection, error correction, self-monitoring. The subjective half-second between inclination and action might be the system's safety check, a buffer that makes complex agency possible. Without it, reflex would dominate and deliberation would vanish. The illusion of immediate will could be a user-friendly fiction that conceals a slower, safer computation beneath. Latency then becomes the cost of making a complicated, morally capable creature. That consolation cuts both ways. If lag preserves deliberation, then sudden improvements in processing speed could produce beings who act more impulsively, without reflective buffers. Changing the engine's clock may change morals, temperaments, and societies. A faster rendering world might reward nimble innovation but erode long-form thinking. The architecture of timing shapes character. If the signal latency illusion is real, It reframes our metaphysical anxieties. Moments of dislocation, déjà vu, delayed grief, the surreal fog after trauma, are not failures of the soul but symptoms of a system under load. That diagnosis neither trivializes suffering nor dispels mystery. It offers a direction for inquiry. We can refine measurements, design interventions, and demand accountability from whatever maintains the runtime of our experience. In practice, the task is human. Notice the pauses. Teach language precise enough to describe them. Measure them. Care for those who live in slow motion. Build rituals that resynchronize us when the engine stumbles, and build institutions that respect the fragility of timing in minds. Whether lag is hardware, code, or the emergent choreography of neurons, compassion is the human patch we can deploy now, while we wait for a fix from above or while we learn to tune the engine from within. Harmony of algorithms. Close your eyes and think of the first time music moved you. Maybe it was a melody so fragile it felt like your own breath was carrying it. Maybe it was a rhythm so primal your body obeyed before your mind caught up. Whatever the moment, you felt something greater than sound, a sense of order, of beauty, of connection beyond words. But why does music feel divine, timeless, universal? One answer whispers from the hidden structure of existence itself. Music may resonate because it reflects the harmony of algorithms coded deep in reality. At its surface, music is vibration, air compressed and released in waves. Yet our minds do not hear mere physics. We hear pattern, relationship, proportion. Notes separated by precise ratios, a frequency doubling, a fifth, a third, suddenly feel right. They lock together into chords that calm us, uplift us, or pierce us with melancholy. Why should simple ratios of vibration move the human heart? Because mathematics hides in the fabric of sound, and our brains are wired to recognize it. Pythagoras discovered this more than 2,000 years ago, plucking strings and noting how their lengths and harmonies matched simple numeric proportions. To him, music was proof that the cosmos itself was mathematical, that harmony was not just an aesthetic pleasure but a window into the divine order of the universe. When you listen to a song that stirs your soul, you are not just hearing art, you are hearing mathematics translated into emotion. Modern science confirms this link. Brain scans reveal that music lights up regions involved in pattern recognition, prediction, and reward. Harmonies excite us because they balance order and surprise. Rhythm pleases us because it encodes repetition with variation, like fractals repeating at different scales. Even dissonance works, not by rejecting mathematics, but by introducing tension that resolves into more stable ratios. Our brains crave this dance because it mirrors the way reality itself unfolds: cycles, patterns, equations, symmetry. Think about how often music arises in nature. Birds call to each other in repeating motifs. Whales sing in long sequences with structures resembling symphonies. The orbital mechanics of planets create rhythms. Gravitational interactions generate resonances, literal music of the spheres. Everywhere, vibration and ratio, hidden code, emerges as song. If we are simulations, then music may be our way of intuiting the mathematics that sustains the rendering. If we are not, music may still be the clearest signal that reality is number in motion. But why does this feel divine? Because music bypasses logic and enters directly into experience. You can explain a chord progression mathematically, but that explanation does not capture the ache in your chest when you hear it. The divine quality of music may be the fusion of two truths: the rational skeleton of ratios and cycles, and the irrational flood of feeling they provoke. It is the moment when mathematics stops being abstract and starts being felt as life itself. Now consider the metaphor of algorithms. Every song is a sequence of instructions. Play this note, hold for this duration, repeat with variation. Composers write code, performers execute it, listeners run it through the hardware of their minds. But the deeper truth is that music may not just use algorithms, it may mirror the algorithms that structure reality. Harmony in music resonates because reality itself runs on harmonics, symmetries, and feedback loops. When you feel that a piece of music expresses something beyond human creation, perhaps it is because it echoes the very code the universe runs on. This may also explain music's universality. Cultures across history and geography create music, despite never meeting, despite using different scales or instruments. The specific notes differ, but the structure, rhythm, variation, repetition, remains. Humans everywhere find themselves compelled to dance, to hum, to drum. It is as if the code is not just external but internal, written into our DNA, into the neural circuits of rhythm and tone. Music is not learned, it is remembered. Even more unsettling, music might not only reflect the algorithms of the universe but reveal its layers. A fugue by Bach, with voices weaving through counterpoint, feels uncannily like recursion in programming. Functions calling themselves, patterns nested within patterns. Jazz improvisation resembles stochastic algorithms, probability generating novelty within structured bounds. Electronic music, built on loops and filters, mirrors feedback systems in physics and biology. Each genre, in its own way, becomes a mirror of code at work. So what happens when we listen deeply? Perhaps we align with the algorithms themselves. Music synchronizes brainwaves, heartbeats, even group behavior. In rituals, concerts, chants, people fall into shared rhythm, their minds and bodies entrained by the same code. In that alignment, individuality blurs. You feel lifted, connected to something larger. That feeling of the divine is not the supernatural. It is the resonance of being in harmony with the code itself. But this raises a haunting question. If music is a glimpse of the algorithms beneath reality, then what is silence? In programming, silence is not absence but waiting, an empty loop before the next command. Perhaps the silence between notes is where the deepest code hides. Composers speak of negative space, the rests that make the melody breathe. Likewise, reality may be defined not only by the vibrations we perceive but by the voids, the pauses, the invisible operations running outside our awareness. So when you next hear music that feels like it comes from somewhere beyond, consider this. Maybe it does. Not from God's strumming harps above, but from the algorithms etched into the foundations of being. The divine sensation you feel may be your consciousness resonating with the code it is written from. Music, then, is not just art, not just entertainment. It is a message from the architecture of reality itself, reminding you that the world is made not of things, but of patterns, vibrations, and harmony. Black hole firewall. Imagine a sphere so dense that light itself refuses to leave. Imagine gravity so absolute that the map of cause and effect folds inward and the familiar rules we trust begin to fray. We call these places black holes, and for decades they have been the cosmic vaults of mystery. Objects that eat stars, bend space, and whisper paradox into the ears of physicists. But what if black holes are not just endpoints of matter and energy? What if they are the system's recycling bins, the compressed archives, the corrupted clusters of a universe that is itself a program? What if a black hole is, in some metaphysical register, a memory dump? Start with the odd intimacy between information and gravity. In classical physics, information seemed intangible, a story, a pattern, a description. But in the late 20th century, Jacob Bekenstein and Stephen Hawking forced a radical reconception. Black holes carry entropy. Their event horizons encode information in proportion to area, not volume. Suddenly, the idea of information leaking into a gravitational sink was not poetic metaphor, but a calculable fact. If information has thermodynamic weight, then black holes must be doing bookkeeping. They aren't just swallowing matter. They are recording something about the matter's state. That discovery is the first hint that black holes might be acting like storage devices, places where the universe writes and compresses data. Imagine the event horizon as a write boundary, a surface where incoming states are serialized into a dense ledger. The accretion disk, the sizzling ring of plasma spiraling into oblivion, becomes a cache, a staging area where incoming packets are prepped for archival. As chunks cross the horizon, their degrees of freedom are reduced, entanglement patterns get rewired, and the black hole surface encodes a compressed summary of what entered. In computer science, when disk space is limited, systems compress or deduplicate data. In this analogy, a black hole does something similar. It stores the essence, the minimal description, not the full, redundant history. But here the story forks into paradox. Hawking's calculations suggested that black holes evaporate via radiation, and if they evaporate without releasing the information they ingested, then information is destroyed, violating one of the deepest principles of quantum mechanics. The information paradox forces us to ask, does the memory dump survive? Is it corrupted beyond recovery, or is there a mechanism, an encoding protocol, that allows the universe to preserve information even as space-time contorts? One speculative answer treats black holes as compressed archives that leak slowly and scrambledly through Hawking radiation. Think of a corrupted zip file whose header has been partially transmitted. The data are inscrutable at first, but with enough fragments and clever error correction you might reconstruct the original. In that view, evaporation is not deletion but a slow, noisy transmission, garbled outputs that, in principle, carry the record of what was stored. The firewall conjecture and recent developments in quantum gravity suggest that the apparent paradox may be resolved if quantum correlations are preserved in subtle ways, if the black hole is less a final sink and more a lossy, encrypted data store. Now imagine a wilder variant, black holes as garbage collection routines in cosmic software. A program running a complex simulation accumulates entropy and error states. To free up resources, the runtime periodically compacts memory, moving rarely used objects into archival storage or purging corrupted caches. Could black holes be a feature designed to manage the simulation's resource constraints? In such a framework, they would be both dumping grounds and repair shops, regions where the simulator quarantines problematic states for inspection, compression, or deletion. The most pathological data, broken correlations, chaotic runaway processes, get quarantined behind horizons so the rest of the system can run smoothly. This raises the haunting image of corruption. Real-world memory dumps often contain fragments of crashed processes, half-written files, stray pointers, the fingerprints of the process that failed. If black holes are cosmic memory dumps, then perhaps extreme astrophysical events, the bizarre jets, the quasi-periodic oscillations, the anomalies in X-ray spectra, are not only physical phenomena but echoes of corrupted states being processed. The irregular flares might be the runtime's attempt at garbage collection, an expensive, noisy compaction that manifests to us as observable astrophysical drama. There are more unsettling possibilities. If black holes store compressed information, could they be searched? Could one design a probe that reads the imprint on an event horizon and reconstructs histories locked inside? Right now that sounds absurd, practically impossible given the scales involved, but even as a thought experiment it matters. If information is encoded on horizons, then cosmic archaeology is feasible in principle. The past is not obliterated, it is encoded in the geometry and quantum correlations of spacetime. That overturns a deep intuition. Death, catastrophe, the lost past. None of it is truly gone if the universe keeps meticulous ledgers. Or consider the darker variant, corrupted data leaking back into the simulation as noise, Hawking radiation as bit rot. The output is not reconstructible history but scrambled artifacts that occasionally recombine into anomalies, unexplained transients, fine-tuning oddities, or even small regions where physical laws appear subtly different. Could cosmic variance and the messy parameters we measure be signatures of a runtime that occasionally flushes corrupted archives into the live world? It's a brutal image. Our laws are usually stable, but once in a while, the server coughs and a corrupted sector spills back into reality, altering constants in tiny, localized ways. Philosophically, this model shifts responsibility. If black holes are memory stores or garbage collectors, they reveal a universe that keeps records, perhaps for auditing, perhaps for posterity, perhaps to learn. That implies an architecture of observation. The cosmos is not indifferent, it preserves traces. But preservation is not necessarily benevolence. A log can exist for debugging just as easily as for worship. If some higher-level engineer is analyzing these dumps, then we become forensic evidence in processes far beyond our comprehension. Scientifically, these metaphors are not answers but provocations. They invite concrete lines of inquiry. If horizons encode information, then the structure of entanglement across them should obey constraints we can test. The patterns of Hawking radiation might, in principle, reveal correlations that betray conserved information. Gravitational wave signatures from merging black holes could carry subtler imprints of pre-merger microstates. Even thermodynamic anomalies, entropy budgets that don't add up, become laboratories for probing whether the universe performs bookkeeping. There is a human dimension too. Thinking of black holes as archives changes how we narrate loss. The supernova that births a black hole, once seen as only death and swallowing, becomes also an act of logging, a preservation. A life, a planet, an entire civilization could, in this metaphor, be encoded into spacetime geometry. The loss is no longer absolute. It becomes a change in address, a move from volatile memory to long-term storage. That comfort is fragile and speculative, but it reframes fatalism as data management. And yet we must end with humility. These are metaphors pressed to the edge of physics, beautiful scaffolding, not proofs. The mathematics of quantum gravity, holography, and the information paradox give partial support to the idea that information is preserved, encoded on horizons, and non-trivially related to geometry. But whether that maps onto the language of memory dumps or garbage collection is interpretive. The deeper gift of the thought experiment is to force us to imagine a cosmos that records, compresses, and occasionally corrupts, one where black holes are not merely devourers, but archives, repair pits, and perhaps the messy hard drives of reality itself. So when you next look into the sky and think of the dark heart of a galaxy, picture not only destruction but ledger, not only oblivion but storage. Picture a place where the universe writes what it cannot handle, where the burned fragments of matter are stitched into quantum patterns, where, somewhere beyond our instruments, the story of what was is tucked away in dense, inscrutable code. Whether that code is salvageable, interpretable, or meaningful remains an open question. But the possibility that the cosmos keeps a record of its own catastrophes changes the way we imagine endings. It makes the black hole less a final curtain and more a sealed archive waiting, maybe forever, for a reader we have not yet learned to be. Illusion of true reality. Imagine you've just climbed out of a dark theater where for years you believed the stage was the whole world. You step into a larger hall, and there, beyond the curtains, you see another stage with its own actors, props, and script. The first relief is intoxicating. You were not the play's only audience. But a question rises immediately and cold. How do you know this new hall is not another set of illusion, another layer of staged reality? Even after escape, the illusion of true reality survives. Proof requires criteria. Science builds them from repeatability, independent verification, and falsifiability. Philosophy insists on coherence, explanatory depth, and justification. Yet both frameworks are embedded in whatever layer you occupy. If every method of proof rests on the rules of the current runtime, then skepticism about the next layer inherits that same limitation. How then can we ever know whether a liberated world is truly base reality or only a richer simulation? Start with measures that scale across layers. One useful approach is to look for asymmetries, features that could not plausibly be reproduced by a lower-level simulation without enormous cost. Hunt for complexity gradients that imply vast computational budgets, processes that require enormous parallelism, unpredictable causal depth, or ontologies so varied they would be irrational for a hobbyist simulator to model. If the higher layer contains systems that operate on scales, speeds, or freedoms far beyond the resources of the layer beneath, that mismatch becomes evidence of difference. Another strategy is meta-experimentation. Design experiments whose results would be inexplicable if you remained nested. Deliberately try interventions that exploit degrees of freedom inaccessible to the prior layer. Broadcast cross-modal signals, manipulate constants, or create correlated events that would be prohibitively costly to spoof at the lower level. If your interventions produce consistent, reproducible phenomena that contradict the physical or computational limits of the former environment, you've accumulated empirical leverage. These are not absolute proofs, but they raise the bar for any hypothesis that insists you're still inside the same old set. Epistemic humility must be paired with institutional rigor. No single observer should declare true reality on their say-so. Science scaled upward becomes collective. Pool observations across independent communities, cross-validate with different instruments, and publish raw data openly so that confirmation is not the product of coordinated deception. History shows how easy it is for noise, bias, or wishful thinking to masquerade as breakthrough. Demand replication, not revelation. Even replication may fail to satisfy the most radical skeptic. The Cartesian demon can now be a skilled simulator, a deceiver that anticipates every test. When that hypothesis is allowed, empirical closure evaporates. At that point, the argument shifts from absolute proof to pragmatics. Ask not whether you can prove the higher layer is ontologically final. Ask what changes if you act as if it is. Pragmatic justification asks, does treating this layer as real lead to better prediction, coordination, flourishing, and moral outcomes? If yes, that practical success is a kind of working truth. But praxis has ethical costs. If we behave as though the new layer is real and it is not, we risk imposing irreversible changes on beings we do not understand. Conversely, withholding care on the pretext of possible illusion risks abdication of responsibility. So adopt a precautionary principle. Treat entities that manifest interests, pain, or agency with moral consideration until proven otherwise. This minimizes harm even amid metaphysical uncertainty and makes ethics an anchor where metaphysics cannot be. There is also a form of intersubjective bootstrapping. Independent observers from divergent starting points converging on the same higher-layer structures makes coordinated deception increasingly implausible. If causally disconnected communities, different epochs, different modalities, different observers, independently report the same anomalies, and these reports cohere into patterns that align, the probability that all are being fooled in identical ways drops. Collective, cross-context consistency is not infallible, but it amplifies confidence. Mathematics offers a paradoxical route. Gödel and related results show that any sufficiently expressive formal system contains truths unprovable within it. If your layer admits formalization, there may exist metastatements whose truth about the next layer can only be grasped by stepping beyond current axioms. Practically, seek invariance, mathematical structures preserved across model transformations. Find patterns that survive simulations and embeddings. Such invariants function like fingerprints. If present, they suggest the higher layer shares objective structure not arbitrary to the lower runtime. We must also practice cognitive hygiene. Human minds hunger for anchors. The itch for a final bedrock is exploitable. Create institutions that enforce skepticism, transparency, and checks on charismatic certainty. Avoid solitary proclamations of "we have escaped," and prefer slow, public processes that turn awe into reproducible knowledge. Turn mystical yearning into collaborative inquiry. There will always remain metaphysical residues, arguments you cannot dissolve empirically. For those, cultivate a healthy pluralism. Combine empirical tests, mathematical probing, ethical precaution, and communal deliberation. Let philosophy and theology ask different questions than physics. Allow them to guide meaning while science tightens the scope of what we can reasonably claim. And finally, consider a radical reframe. Perhaps the search for an unassailable, true reality is a category error. The quest presumes reality must be singular and final. But reality may be nested, relational, and context-sensitive. What matters for living beings is not whether a layer is metaphysically ultimate, but whether it is the layer that constrains our actions, bears our responsibilities, and sustains causal powers we can rely upon. In that pragmatic sense, reality is what we can collectively detect, influence, and morally respond to. So can we prove the next layer is real? No method will ever produce a metaphysical certainty immune to a sufficiently artful skeptic. But we can build increasing confidence, run asymmetry tests, perform meta-experiments, demand intersubjective replication, hunt for mathematical invariance, and adopt ethical precaution. When certainty is impossible, let wisdom be our currency. Insist on evidence, require shared verification, protect moral subjects regardless of ontology, and act in ways that maximize flourishing while remaining ready to revise. The true test of any purported escape is not a final certificate of authenticity, but the habits of inquiry, responsibility, and humility we assemble once we step into the larger hall.